Good morning, everyone. This is the third day of our symposium, and our first speaker lecturer is Professor Hilal Oytun Altun, who's has a associate professorship at Jagiellon University in Krakow, Poland. Professor Altun obtained her doctorate in Turkic philology at Marmara University in Istanbul. Her work is focused primarily on the linguistics of the modern Turkic languages, but also the classical literary Chagatai and Ottoman Turkish, with particular focus on the interlingual relations and language changes. She's authored several books, I believe, one of which is Tercüme Tevari Mülük, translated, as the history of dynasties. She has a published electronic version of the first encyclopedia-like compilation of Ottoman accessible on, well, you'll find it. I'll send you the link. Also, the Spanish translation of her lecture, I'll post it shortly. So the floor is yours, Professor Altun.
Thank you. Okay. I think I have 1 hour, yes? How
Yes.
much is my time? 1 hour, yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me give you, just let me give you, I believe I should give you the hosting. All right, that's, go on, that's fine. We can see
You can see.
does everybody see the screen with the writing? I think I see it. No. Yes, fine.
Okay.
Go ahead, Professor, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Actually, I had prepared this my presentation in Turkish, but I saw that we don't have many Turkish audience, so I switched to English. So I'll read my presentation in English. I'll try not to be boring, so I won't read everything I wrote, and there will be some images, so we can talk about it. Okay.
Just
So
take
my
excuse me, just take the time that you need, Professor.
okay, okay. I just don't want to be so boring, so
No, don't
it's
worry
better
about that.
to okay, it's better to discuss maybe more engaging, to be more engaging. Okay, I'll talk about Turkish language reform within its historical context, and what does it mean? Okay. The initial ideas regarding the reform of the Turkish language emerged during the critical period in Turkish history as a part of the struggle for the survival of the state. The Ottoman and intellectual and political elite had been working on the reform of the language since the mid-19th century in order to educate the masses more effectively. With the establishment of the Republic of Turkey, these reform efforts were turned into state policy. Language reforms were designed and implemented in a manner that supported each other with the other reforms or revolutions in order to build Turkish nation in the Western sense. The general character of the founding ideology of the Republic consisted of ideas interconnected with a pragmatism to serve the westernization of the country. The principles of laicism, a specific type of secularism, and nationalism within the founding ideology are linked to each other and to the language reforms. For this reason, I will first examine the characteristics of those ideas, and then explore how they guided the language reforms. Composition of the article. First, there will be brief introduction, and then I'll talk about the founding ideas, which are Westernization, nationalism, and laicism. For the Ottoman period, I will only talk about emergence of Turkish nationalism. And for the Republican era, I'll talk about Westernization and laicism. Westernization and laicism ideologies also existed in Ottoman period, but I want to focus on nationalism during the Ottoman period, because Westernization and laicism ideologies didn't change much during Republican era, but nationalism has been changed dramatically. Because of that, I made such a I did this categorization. And the second part of my paper focused on debates on the language reforms starting from the Ottoman period, and the radical measures which are known as alphabet reform and modernization of Turkish, or in other words, purging Arabic and Persian loanwords from Turkish. And there will be a brief conclusion. Okay. For the Turkish people, the years of World War I were one of the most intense periods in world history. The years before and after the war were I made a mistake. The years before and after the war were marked by land losses, survival struggles, and efforts to re-establish the state with a new governance system for the Turkish people. The reasons for the global impact of the war can be explained by two reasons. Those are my ideas, of course. There are hundreds, millions of theories of that, but to me, those are the countries managing capital accumulation have become the center, and thus the periphery has been redefined, and the imperial model of world organization transformed into the superpowers model. This suggests a shift from a world ruled by empires to one controlled by a few highly influential countries. Additionally, the focus of my paper, actually this part, the concept of religion-centered civilization has regressed due to the increasing influence and prevalence of nationalist ideologies. In other words, civilization gave way to nationality as a reference source for the identity of masses. Then what is West? This is there may be a lot of explanation or I don't know, definitions for the West, but for the Turks, in the minds of Turks, Western civilization essentially corresponds to a few Western states that have developed an unprecedented model of capital accumulation. These are the economic giants of the West that rose to prominence and seized control of the center as the Ottoman Empire weakened and turned into a peripheral country. There are many other ideas, but I find this one interesting. According to one view, the empowerment of the Western world under the leadership of these countries has been achieved by each nation defending and highlighting the value required for its existence. On the other hand, unlike concepts such as ümme, subject, ethnicity, or citizenship, there is no universally agreed definition of the modern concept of nation. Of course, we know what is nation traditionally, but modern concept of nation, there are many explanations for it. Apart from creating their model of capital accumulation and the manipulating of the idea of the nation in order to pave the way for the nation-state concept, all the fields of knowledge attributed to the West today are continuations of the ancient wisdom of the world. And is civilization equals with the Western epistemology? As a result of the wealth accumulation in the West in the last few centuries, a uniform mode of thinking and learning has been idealized worldwide. The voices of alternative epistemologies have been inaudible. As stated in the symposium announcement, the short history of Western economic, political, and intellectual domination on the world stage has continued as a monologue. Wisdom traditions that are not compatible with the Western model of progress have been excluded from the concept of civilization, as seen in the establishment of the Republic of Turkey. According to the founders of the Republic, the only thing to be understood by the term civilization is the West. Atatürk's statement seeking guidance also outside of science, ilim, or natural or physical science is negligence, ignorance, and error. The original sentences is written here. İlim ve fennin haricinde mürşit aramak gaflettir, cehalettir, delalettir. These words indicate that the aim of integrating the country into Western civilization is seen as an epistemological issue. When referring to the science and knowledge, ilim and fen, what is meant is positive science or positivist science. This is an epistemological preference because the view expressed in the quote implies that the knowledge and technology can no longer be thought of separately. Thus, Turkish language reforms, Türk Dil İnkılabı in Turkish, like the other early Republican era policies, can be evaluated in the context of the adaptation of Western epistemology to Turkey. All these reforms, with the language reforms, including the language reforms, it was a tool for the adaptation of Western epistemology to Turkey, or it's a, I don't know. Okay, these are Atatürk's own words. He says that we don't see Western civilization as imperialism. We think that we should be living like Westerners. Those are his words. He said a lot of words about Westernization of the country in different times, and he was a pragmatic leader. So when reading his quotes, we should keep that in mind. Okay. And this civil adaptation to Westernization, this is a problem for non-Western countries. Non-Western countries which were reorganized according to the nation-state model underwent change that resembled a civilizational experiment. Their restructuring was not just political or territorial, but involved significant social, cultural, and institutional transformations. Throughout the history, the identities of peoples have been deeply rooted in the civilizations to which they belong, and civilizations were built upon a certain religion. However, Western style nation state formation has fundamentally changed this paradigm. For Turkey, this shift occurred with the designation of Westernization as the founding ideology of the Republic. The ideas of the Ijtihad group, the most radical advocates of Westernizing ideology in the Ottoman Empire, were implemented by the founders of Turkey. I'll be sharing some images in the next slides. I don't want to feed some biases towards the founders of the Republic, but okay, you'll see something maybe shocking in the next slide. Okay. This is Ijtihad journals building, and then this is the cover before from the alphabet reform, and this is after the reform, and this cover dated to 1930, and this guy is Theodor Herzl. And the editor of the journal wrote a piece in the journal with the title of Great Idealist. Again, maybe I should repeat it. I don't want to feed any biases towards the founders of the Republic, but we should know about those things. And the problem is we didn't study those issues adequate enough to this day. So we should be studying these issues without I don't know from our political positions, but in an objective manner. So I just present it to you. Okay. First, in the first part, I will be talking about emergence of Turkish nationalism. Nationalist movements were born out of the idea of granting political existence to local people's national identity claims. It started in the Europe, I think early nationalisms started, not started, but can be rooted to 16th century. And by this 19th century, nationalist ideas had spread to the territories under the Ottoman rule. The Tanzimat Edict of 1839 can be seen as a step taken to postpone the inevitable fragmentation of the empire predicted by ethnic nationalism. However, despite these efforts like Tanzimat or Islahat or other efforts, nationalist movements with the support of the Western states, European states, ultimately led to the collapse of the Ottoman millet system. One reason for this was the imbalance that emerged between Muslim and non-Muslim subjects. Until the Tanzimat Edict, the Ottoman millet system was able to secure a certain level of justice between Muslims and non-Muslim subjects. However, following the Tanzimat, non-Muslims who had become relatively wealthier compared to Muslims due to their exemption from military service began to gain all kinds of favoritism and privileges imposed by Western countries on the empire. on the Ottoman Empire. There are some criticism on Ottoman millet system. You will see them in my paper. I won't be giving their, I don't know, details here. But I can tell you that, yes, there's a criticism on this millet system, but we know for sure that the justice system before the justice, all subjects were equal. I mean, Muslims weren't favored from the perspective of justice. So we can safely say that there was a justice between Muslims and non-Muslim subjects. And this is the Tanzimat Fermanı. And Mustafa Reşit Pasha read it in the Gülhane. And Abdülmecit was the Padişah at that time. Okay. When it comes to nationalism in Ottoman, nationalist ideas in the Ottoman Empire spread latest among the Turks. The journal Türk, first published in Cairo in 1903, and Yusuf Akçura's article titled Three Types of Policies, published in 1904 in this journal, can be considered the first steps of political Turkish nationalism. Akçura's concept of İttihadı Türk, unity of Turks, expressed in his article, was to draw attention to Turks outside the Ottoman territory. But this concept of his was met with criticism in the journal Türk, where it was published. It is understood that the Turks, who were the core ethnic group of the empire, were hesitant towards nationalism, emphasizing Turkish ethnicity due to the concerns that it would endanger the sovereignty of the state. In fact, the journal Türk, which stood close to racial nationalism, primarily advocated the ideas of İttihadı Osmanlı, Ottoman unity, and İttihadı Islam. And an interesting detail here, Türk, the name of Türk was written with Vav, starting from 1880, like that. But it's interesting, they are not writing it with Vav only. Okay. Peki. So the journal Türk didn't welcome this idea of Turkism, political Turkism. And Yusuf Akçura's article was criticized in the same journal. Therefore, it can be said that the Turkish nationalism as a political ideology in the Ottoman Empire began with the influence of Turkic intellectuals who were minorities in Russia. I mean, nationalism wasn't started by the Turks of Ottoman, but the Turks of Russia. Personalities such as İsmail Bey Gasprinski, you see him here, Yusuf Akçura, Ahmet Ağaoğlu, Mehmet Emin Rezulzade. Until this period, nationalist ideas were primarily related to culture, language, literature, and history. The works of Şinasi, Ziya Pasha, Ahmet Vefik Pasha in this regard. However, political nationalism had not yet emerged during this period. Those are the Ottomanism, Islamism, and Turkism. Those are the three types of policies Yusuf Akçura mentioned. The first works published in Europe in the 1750s, which addressed the Turkic world as a whole, inspired Ottoman Turkish intellectuals to perceive the Central Asian Turkic peoples within the Islamic community with a special interest. Turkism, after existing as a cultural interest in the Turkic peoples for about 150 years, transformed into a political ideology as a reaction to the separatist movements. With Ottomanism and Islamism ideologies no longer offering a solution due to the realpolitik reasons, political nationalism has been embraced as a kind of ultimate resort. Türk Ocakları, Turkish Hearts, was officially included under the state umbrella in 1912 in a meeting held at the headquarters of the İttihat ve Terakki Cemiyeti, attended by Ziya Gökalp. This meeting marked the declaration of political Turkism as the official ideology of the state. As you can see from the history, nationalism was a related ideology among the Turkish intellectuals because they were hesitant, because they were worried about collapse of the state. Because of that, they were hesitant, and they were inspired by the Turkic intellectuals from the Russia, not Russia, but Russian-controlled regions. And then until 1912, it wasn't state ideology. But we can safely say that after 1912, it is the state ideology. Okay, there are some pictures related to founders of the Türk Ocakları, Turkish Hearts, and we can count them as the founders of the Turkish nationalism. And this is, you can see, Yusuf Akçura. This is Mehmet Emin Resulzade. This is İsmail Gaspıralı and Ahmet Ağaoğlu, Ziya Gökalp. Those figures are still respected and memorized. And this is, you can see here some posters. Okay, Turkism in Turkestan. Parallel to the activity in Istanbul, intellectuals in Azerbaijan, Kazan, and Crimea, which were struggling under the pressure of Russian imperialism, were expressing solidarity with Istanbul. İsmail Gaspıralı, who published the newspaper Tercüman for 35 years from 1883 to 1918 in Crimea, Bahçesaray, chose the slogan "Unity in language, thought and action." Dilde, fikirde, işte birlik. He's talking about Turkic unity, of course. The newspaper Tercüman aimed to address all Turkic peoples, therefore was published in Istanbul Turkish. Their language, the language used in this newspaper was Istanbul Turkish. Ziya Gökalp, during his trip to Turkestan in 1911, observed that there were those advocating for the local dialects to become written language, as well as those trying to make Istanbul Turkish the common literary language of all Turkic people. Okay, this is İsmail Gaspıralı, and this is Tercüman. You can read it, Tercüman. In this context, it is worth mentioning the Cedidism movement that emerged among the Turkic peoples of Turkestan. Gaspıralı İsmail Gasparalı, established usulü Cedid schools in 1884 with the goal of educating the Muslim population in Russia, but in modernized style. Despite the interruption caused by Russian dominance in Crimea and later in Central Asia, relations between Ottoman Empire and Turkestan continued in the cultural and social spheres through the Jadidism movement. At the core of the movement was the ideal of uniting the Turkic world, including the Muslims in those regions. The founders of political Turkism did not have the Western concept of an ethnic nationalist nation state on their agenda. Primarily, efforts were focused on education-based progress, encompassing the Turkic and other Muslim peoples of Turkestan. Politically, the main idea was an Islamic unity based on the unity of the Turkic peoples rather than an ethnic aim. And I found a map showing the places where the Jadid organizations existed, newspapers published, and schools functioned. I found this on the Twitter, and I don't know, I couldn't find the date of the map, but I think it could be before 20s, 1920s. I don't know, because they are using the Arabic alphabet here. And those are organizations, squares, and blank squares are the newspapers, and the triangles are the schools. But this map only shows Uzbekistan. We don't know the other, I don't know the other places they work. Okay. Pluralism and Turkish nationalism. And this is the dramatical change I was talking about in the beginning. The nationalistic ideology that emerged and developed with an interest in the Turkic world and the support of intellectuals from Turkestan was transferred to the Republic of Turkey with modifications. The concept of uniting Turks, known by names like Pan-Turkism and Turanism, was not embraced at the governmental level during the founding of the Republic. Two of the conditions that contributed to this situation in the early years of the Republic are as follows. The founding cadres of the Republic of Turkey ideologically embraced Westernization. Like the Ottoman Empire, which had historically oriented itself towards the West, the idea of forming a unity with the peoples of Turkestan is not a prioritized or traditional ideal for the Republic of Turkey, the founders of the Republic, of course. Additionally, we'll talk about it later. Additionally, during the establishment phase of the new Turkish state, as we will examine below, the citizenship system based on religion rather than ethnicity. This is interesting, but we'll talk about it in detail. Secondly, I can mention a topic that influenced the contemporary politics of the time. Enver Pasha's crossing into Russia while the national struggle was ongoing in Ankara had caused concern in the Ankara government. The agreement reached with Russia regarding the elimination of Enver Pasha seems to have hindered the government's interest in the Turkic peoples of Turkestan. However, Enver Pasha shortly thereafter was martyred at the age of 40 while leading the resistance organized in the Bukhara and Khiva against Soviet Russia's advance in Central Asia. Enver Pasha is an interesting topic to study. Okay, these are his photos. This is when he was a sultanın damadı, because he was married one of the princes of Ottoman dynasty. And this is the second photo is from his resistance in Bukhara, and I don't know the specific place. And this is the flag for this resistance. Political nationalism that emerged as the Ottoman Empire fell apart, transformed to contribute to the organization of the Republic of Turkey as a Western-style nation state. The nationalism of the new state was confined to the borders of the country. Nationalistic feelings, policies, and identity were not extending beyond countries' territorial boundaries. And this is this is an interesting cartoon. Atatürk is fighting 4 types of obscurantism. One is religious obscurantism, one is fascist, one is communist, and this one is racial obscurantism. This showed us that I don't know, affiliation with Turkic world isn't welcome anymore. It shows this. Okay, and obscurantism is an interesting word. Is similar to the anti-Semitism, because you can use it whenever it pleases. You can tag people with that, with your according to your political position. So this word also an interesting one. In Turkish, it's in those periods, it is called as irtica. Okay. The idea of ethnicity-based nationalism, except for a brief period influenced by the political atmosphere of World War II, did not find much favor in Turkey. Atatürk's famous quote, "Muhtaç olduğun kudret damarlarındaki asil kanda mevcuttur." The strength you need is in the noble blood flowing in your veins, was considered as an encouragement from a leader aiming to instill confidence in their people, rather than a slogan of a racist ideology. Because really, racism wasn't popular in any time during Turkish history. The more widely known phrase, "Ne mutlu Türk'üm diyene," how happy is the one who says, "I'm a Turk," by Atatürk is interpreted as emphasizing the conscious choice of citizenship in nation building rather than ethnic origin. Okay. And the second part of the first section, the founding ideologies, Westernization and Laicism. Okay, you can actually this cartoon tells everything. Maybe I don't need to read those, but okay. The steps taken to shape the Republic of Turkey, along with its population and the territory it encompasses into a nation state, are referred to as devrim, revolution, or inkılap, reform. Following its defeat in World War I, the Turkish state, by abolishing its monarchy as well as caliphate and adopting a republican regime, signaled not only a withdrawal from its international influence on the Muslim world, but also heralded an identity revolution. In an interview with a French journalist, Atatürk stated, "We want to modernize our country. Our entire effort is to establish a modern, hence Western government in Turkey. Which nation has desired to enter civilization, but has not turned toward has not turned toward the West. Additionally, in a speech, he emphasized that the goal of the reforms was modernization. I think yesterday we were talking about modernization and westernization. I think we use it in the same meaning in Turkish. Westernization and modernization is, I think we understand the same thing, and you can see it from Atatürk's statements. Okay. Building Turkish nation. According to one perspective, it can be argued that the nation was not established in the Western sense. Instead, the concept of Ottoman millet was continued. There are some facts that are seen as indications that the concept of nation, at least during the foundation of the Turkish Republic, was primarily based on religion. I won't give details because I think I used much of my time. So I just showed the pictures. These are opening of the Grand National Assembly. Okay, I'll skip those one too. And this is the first years of the Republic, and we can tag that as how it began, how it continued. Okay. And there is this is maybe I can talk about this. The concept of the nation in the Republic of Turkey cannot be explained by the civic ethnic dichotomy. According to Aktürk, I referred writing these parts, my paper referred to Aktürk's studies. This binary distinction is based on concepts that do not mutually exclude each other semantically. Thus, it does not encompass all possible models in defining modern citizenship. Therefore, instead of civic ethnic, a classification such as ethnic, anti-ethnic, or multi-ethnic would be more inclusive. The model in Turkey falls into the non-ethnic or anti-ethnic category. The distinction among citizens is based on religion, similar to the Ottoman millet system. Because ethnicity, maybe it was an issue on the practical level, but in the institutional level, ethnicity was never a question. And we can talk about religions and nation. I put some flags here to show the those are modern nations flags, and you can see their symbols, religious symbols on them. Because religion always, I don't know, the decisive one, I think. Okay. All civilizations have been built around a religion. Hence, in the era of modern nation states, nationalism configurations were determined by the doctrines and institutions of the civilization's underlying religion. And this study is interesting, and I want to talk about it with a sentence. Brubaker stated in his piece, in the context of Northwest European populisms, Christianity is embraced not as a religion, but as a civilizational identity understood in antithetical opposition to Islam. Okay. I won't go in details here. Okay. Maybe I can. Okay. I want to talk about how westernization of Turkish society or Turkish state, how a conflict occurred between religion and nation. So I want to talk about a bit now. Maybe I can start here. The desire of European monarchs to gain autonomy from the papacy resulted in a national awakening among local populations following the Reformation. It is evident that this unique experience in Europe does not share similarities with historical developments in the rest of the world. Non-Western, non-European nationalism have served to adapt Western-style nation-building processes to their own countries. Islam's supranational character suggests that obstacles would arise in Turkey's attempt to establish its Western-style nation-state. Laicizm practices were adopted in the Republic of Turkey, can be considered as measures taken by the state to nationalize Islam. While some publications refer to these practices Turkey as secularism, it would be more accurate to use the term laicism. Secularism, as seen in the example of the United States, seeks to keep the state out of the realm of religion, whereas laicism allows for different and more interventionist regulations in the relationship with religion. Okay, I was writing this paper and I saw in the same days similar sentences, and I'll show this. Nationalism served as a westernization process of Turkey. This I came to this conclusion while writing this paper, and I saw very similar sentence in a recent publication, so I included it here. It's I didn't read the book, but I saw its back cover, so I included it here. Nationalism Islam, what does it mean? In the early Republic period, efforts such as translating the Holy Quran into Turkish, Turkifying the call to prayer, and reciting Quranic verses in Turkish during prayers led some to draw parallels with Luther's reforms at one point, under the guise of reform in Islam. Proposals were made to introduce changes to Islamic practice and essence, such as installing benches in mosques, allowing prayers with shoes on, performing ablution without water, making sujood without touching the ground with the face, elevating the place of sujood, and reducing the prayer times. However, since these were not approved by Atatürk, the discussions were discontinued. Okay, these were the notes, my notes about Westernization and laicism ideologies. There are some things I want to touch, but I won't go in detail. But one thing I want to mention that how should we refer to Ottoman language, Ottoman Turkish? Because some say Osmanlıca, some say Osmanlı Türkçesi. Which one is right? I think I can say a couple of sentences about it. The ideology of Ottomanism emerged with the Tanzimat reforms, which redefined the relationship between the state and subject of different religions and ethnicities. Ottomanist ideology was designed aiming to prolong the life of the imperium and prevent separatist movements. Language previously referred as Türkçe until the Tanzimat period began to be referred to as Osmanlıca as a reflection of this ideology, because they want to unite the Ottomans to prevent ethnic separatist movements, and they try to kind of hide the Turkishness. Because of that, they gave the name, the language, as Osmanlıca, Ottoman. Okay. But this Osmanlıca term gained some other meanings. I will talk about this now. The term Osmanlıca gained prevalence in three stages. The term was coined within the framework of the Ottomanism ideology introduced during the Tanzimat period. It was used by the intellectuals of the time for two different purposes: to specify the place of Istanbul Turkish within the Turkic language, and the second one, to criticize its style, which was heavily laden with Arabic and Persian borrowings, because that was an issue about some writings of the period. In the Republican period, it was instrumentalized for an ideological purpose of distancing Ottoman era from Turkish. The term Osmanlıca was introduced into the language during the Republican period due to the preference for populist criticism directed at the elite class language, because they want to distance themselves from the Ottoman. And they want to show people that Ottoman wasn't Turkish. We should, that was some artificial language. It was their claims. Okay. I'll skip those because those are all about the discussions. Okay. So there was an issue about the name of the language, and today you can hear that some refer to the Ottoman period Turkish as Osmanlıca, as if it is something artificial, something made from Persian, Arabic, and Turkish. It was not a natural language, but I know that it was a natural language because we can read some literature from Ottoman times without needing a dictionary. Yes, of course, alphabet is different, but still we can read them without needing a dictionary.
Professor, you still have time to speak about language reform, so don't worry.
Okay. No, those were the detailed discussions, so I'm skipping that. I just want some focus on some parts of the discussions. Okay. During Republican era, there were radical measures, and the discussion started from Ottoman era. And during the Ottoman era, the language reform was discussed among intellectuals, whereas in the Republican period, language concerns became integrated into policies guided by the state's official ideology. This meant that Turkish would be reformed according to a program determined by the state. The Turkish language revolution took an institutional leap forward on July 1932 with the establishment of the Turkish Language Association. This meant that the linguistic reforms will be planned, organized, coordinated, and implemented by the political authority. During this time, two key reforms aimed at transforming Turkish are notable. First was the adoption of the Latin alphabet, and the second was the purging of the vocabulary of foreign, particularly Arabic and Persian words. Below are some notes on these measures implemented during Republican era. This is a poster of the founders of the Turkish Language Association. Of course, Atatürk was the honorary president. Okay, those are. This is a post stamp dedicated to alphabet reform, and this is a cartoon. Okay, the bill was accepted in 1928, and this is the main motivation to accept Latin alphabet was to educate the masses, and it was also discussed during Ottoman times, and during starting from 1860s, it was discussed if we should change the alphabet or reform the current Arabic alphabet. And there was a lot of criticism, and there was a lot of discussions. I won't give the details now, but you can read them. I just want to talk about them. Okay, this is an interesting part because changing alphabet was the motivation of changing alphabet was to educate the masses. But how educate? What was the literacy levels? Actually, we don't know for sure even today. Ottoman intellectuals concerned about catching up with the West left them deeply pessimistic about the population's literacy levels. Our knowledge about literacy rates in the Ottoman Empire is quite limited. As far as we know, even in the remotest villages of the country, most were constructed along with a library, reading rooms attached to them for centuries. And the richness of bookshops in the capital of the empire was pleasing enough to astonish European travelers. Edward Lane's observations about Cairo and other cities in Egypt in the early 18th suggest that besides the middle and upper classes, partly the children of the lower class were also literate. This observation aligns with Chabrol's estimate, who participated in Napoleon's expedition to Egypt, suggesting that 1/3 of the population was literate. This information undermines the widely propagated claim in Western sources that the literacy rate in the Ottoman Empire stood at 2 to 5% in the early 19th century and rose to, I don't know where those numbers come from. I have no idea. Because in Turkey also there are, I don't know how they find those numbers, but Atatürk stated that the literacy rate in the country was, before the alphabet reform, was 10 to 20%. Okay. And as an article I referred, he said that before the alphabet reform, literacy level was 10%. Okay, we don't know still where this comes from. And he says that it's 10% increase after the alphabet reforms. Okay. But I have a very nice source on that. It's Kemal Tahir. I recommend everyone who is interested in Turkey's history. Kemal Tahir is a novelist. He wrote about Turkish history. Yeah. Kemal Tahir in his novel Bozkır'daki Çekirdek, the seed in the or on the step, I don't know, which focuses on the Village Institute's project, discusses the alphabet issue as follows. We are in 1943. It's been 20 years since the Republic was founded. The first institute opened in 1940. By this calculation, we have been 17 years late in training village teachers. Now you are trying to convince me it's all about speed, you might say. There were much more important matters at hand. Literacy wasn't a priority. We adopted the alphabet in 1928, and you claim the old one was difficult. This one is easy. Isn't that right? You asked in jest, but no harm done. I won't jest about this as much as I can. Easy for whom? If you ask those who knew the old script, it's not. If you consider rapidly teaching the people to read, it's been 20 years since 1928, and 70% still can't read or write. The new letters were easy, but why couldn't the people be taught? Because the peasant has no need for literacy, so little need that even those who learn soon forget. Okay. Another interesting fact about the alphabet reform. After alphabet reform, there was a new law regarding the removal of Torah's inscriptions in Arabic in the public places. So I'll show some examples of it. This is the main gate of the Istanbul University. You can see the inscriptions were covered, and then they opened it in 1949, but the Torah wasn't there, and Torah still wasn't put in its place. After, I think, 2014, they put this Torah back in its place. And another Torah was, I don't know, not covered, but they deleted it. It's from Sinop. And this is from Istanbul. First they deleted, then put it back in 2013. And other examples of places without their Torahs. Okay. The last issue about language reforms is the modernization of Turkish. Again, this cartoon tells much about the modernization of Turkish. This is the new independence war, and those are Arabic and those are Persian words are being, I don't know, got rid of. And this is the salvation fight of the essence of the Turkish language. Okay, but those reformations of the Republic weren't welcome by the whole society. For example, Turkish hearts who were the founders of the Turkish nationalism were very hesitant to accept those kind of purge in the language. And there is still today in modern Turkey, Turkey, we have still this dispute between the parts because, for example, I can read some sentences here. In contemporary times, the debate between radical purists and those who consider Arabic and Persian loanwords in Turkish as integral parts of the Turkish lexicon continues. In fact, as expressed by Inalcik, the traditional language used in publications by Islamic intellectuals is different from the new language preferred in publications by the Toplumsal Tarih Vakfı. Those are the modernist ones. Initially, when the Turkish Language Association was established in 1932, a radical purist view prevailed. However, from the 1980s onwards, the administration of the institution shifted towards an approach aligned with the Türk Ocakları. The first group accuses the second of betraying Atatürk's reforms and labels them as counter-revolutionaries. Okay, and the idea of the Türk Ocakları, they claim that our Persian and Arabic loanwords consist of the core vocabulary, core common vocabulary with Turkic language, our Turkic, I don't know, relatives. And they published a dictionary, Karşılaştırmalı Türk Lehçeleri Sözlüğü, Comparative Dictionary of Turkic Dialects, published by scholars adhering to the tradition of the Türk Ocakları, can be regarded as a critique of the purging of Arabic and Persian words from Turkish. The word list included in the dictionary demonstrates the significant presence of words borrowed from Arabic and Persian in our common lexicon shared with the Turkic peoples of Central Asia. My own study comparing 1,000 most common words in modern standard Turkic language yielded similar results supporting this viewpoint. Okay. As a conclusion, I can tell that the intellectual preparation for all the reforms later carried out in the Republic of Turkey and the discussions surrounding them extend back to the mid-19th century when the Ottoman Empire was struggling to survive. The elevation of educational standards and consequently the reform of the Turkish language were being discussed among the political and intellectual elites of the Ottoman Empire as World War I approached. However, the circumstances did not allow for lasting steps to be taken, and soon the defeat of the war was faced. During the early Republican period, the practices carried out under the banner of the Turkish language revolution or reforms were aimed at constructing a nation-state modeled after the West. The founding ideology of the Republic of Turkey was Westernism. During this period, determined efforts were made to implement Western-inspired solutions across various fields in Turkish society, alongside educational initiatives with the aim of propelling the state into the ranks of developed nations. Given the primary goal of restructuring the country according to Western norms, Laicism has served as a means to redefine the relationship with religion in order to construct a European-style nation-state. Ideology of nationalism, on the other hand, has ensured confinement of society's identity within the borders of the nation-state as a contrast to the previously centered around religion-based civilization. The lack of an interest towards the Turkic word or an emphasis on an affiliation with them can be explained by the attempt to establish a nationalism idea based on national borders. Thank you very much. I think I used my time very Okay, that's all from me.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you for this comprehensive background of the language reforms, because it gives us a better handle, I think, to understand how intellectual life in Turkey evolved, and of course to understand the issue of philosophy, which is the theme of the symposium. But it's very important. You've done a marvelous job. Thank you so much for this. Before I have a few questions, if you don't mind. But before we do that, I don't know if Professor Ayatullahi is with us right now, because unfortunately he won't be able to give his lecture after the second lecture. So he may have left already. I heard something. All right. Well, let me give you the screen right now, so that all right. I was wondering how well can Turkish people today understand the older language before the reforms? Because I never had a straight answer from any Turk today. Some of them can, some of them cannot. But of course, it's more complex, more complicated than. But how can Turks understand the old language?
Uh, okay. Uh, of course, it depends on their education level, but um, so um, there are some texts from Ottoman era that we can um, read them without needing a dictionary. But some texts are very burdened with a lot of Arabic and Persian loan words, so we cannot read them freely. So it depends on the education of the reader and the complexity of the text. It's complicated, but for example, when we start to learn Ottoman Turkish, when I was in the first class of the first year of the faculty, Turkology department, we were reading text from Ottoman time, uh, just as today's text.
Really?
Yes, because some, I don't know, some novel writers, we can read them just as today's text. There are some texts like that. And for example, Atatürk's Nutuk, Atatürk's speech, he read it in 1927. And today's readers cannot understand it very well. But some texts anyone can understand from, I don't know, from the beginning of the century, before the Atatürk speech.
Oh, by the way,
So
yes. Go on.
So it depends of the complexity of the text, I think.
All right, thanks. By the way, your English speech is very good, and your paper is written impeccably in English. So now we have a question from Ibrahim, written question. Actually, we have two questions. This one is written by Ibrahim Özdemir. And it says, Dr. Hilal, thank you very much for your presentation. What is the role of the nation-state mentality and social Darwinism in revolutions? Is it a continuation of colonization in a new form? What do you think? I don't know if you want to answer this directly, but anyways, your thoughts.
Okay, actually, actually, I know nothing about social Darwinism. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem, no problem. We have Mr. Omar Awas. He raised his hand, so go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Hilal. I just wanted to ask a question which is more perhaps sociolinguistic in nature. I mean, has there been sort of studies in regards to what was the socio-psychological impact of the transformation of switching the Turkish, the Arabic alphabet or the Osmanli alphabet into the Latin alphabet, and what the impact of that was on the sort of on the Turkish society during this transition period. And my second question is more regarding why did the Turkish, I mean, there's this idea of defining, this has to do with the nationalism question. And why did the Turkish, I would say, patriotic fathers feel that they had to define a Turk as someone who was Muslim, that Islam was central, although they were quite secular in their orientation, they seem to have defined the Turk as being someone who was essentially Muslim, and that was the only way to be Turk. And I was wondering if you can, elaborate on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, especially for the first question. The problem is that about the language reform, it is not, it is, there's a huge scholarship on this issue. But unfortunately, the scholarship is people, when people write about this, they feel themselves to pick sides. There are, I never seen, I've never seen some studies that approach the issue objectively. It's a pity, but I think after a century, I hope we can start to study these issues with a calmer attitude. So for the first question, unfortunately, we don't have such studies. I hope there will be. No, especially in general, from the sociolinguistic point of view, there aren't many historical studies on Turkish. Or and the second question, actually, I'm not expert on this, but I can refer to Aktürk's studies on that. So maybe if you want, you can read them, and you might find more information. I'm putting them in the chat. Yes, there is this notion that if you are a Turkish, if you are a Turkish citizen, you are Muslim, and during Lausanne conference, we specify minorities. I'm sorry, we specified non-Muslims as the minorities. But Muslims, even if they are not ethnically Turkish, they weren't minority. But it's a very deep question, so I cannot tell everything about it. But you can find this. You can refer to those 3 articles I put in on the chat.
Are you putting it on, or yes?
I have put.
Okay. Thank you. Well, are you done? Are you finished?
Maybe I can directly send them to Omar. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Aldama.
We have another written question, but just before that, I just wanted to ask you a quick one about the pessimism that you mentioned about the literacy rates that were thrown around. Nobody knows where they came from. I mean, my understanding is that in Turkey proper. But in the Ottoman world, but in Persia, Iran, it wasn't called Iran at the time, but until modern times, literacy rates were extremely high. I mean, people learned how to read because, of course, there was they learned how to read the Quran and so on. Everybody used the variations of the Arabic script and so on, but literacy rates were extremely high. People could read everywhere, I think almost everywhere. That was my understanding when I was studying at the Islamic Institute. So, and suddenly in the modern age, and this was mentioned by historians also, in the modern age under colonialism, literacy rates fell dramatically all over the world, and there was this problem with underdevelopment and so on. But I was just wondering, this pessimism, I think maybe comes from the self-image, I think, that people acquired, or at least the elites acquired about their societies. And I was wondering, is Turkey sort of moving away from this? I mean, there seems to be a lot more confidence in their own culture, and I mean, religious questions are always there. There are always different views and so on. But at least there's a sort of cultural confidence in Turkish people today than I remember in 1980s, for example, just after almost a civil war there, I think. Yes.
Okay. I'm not sure about that, but I can be sure for one thing that we can hear more people who talk more confident about themselves. The times you are mentioning, yes, those views, those ideas weren't that audible, but now they became more audible. I don't know the more people think that way. I'm not sure about that, but I know that we can hear them more often. That wasn't the case before I don't know, maybe 90s. That wasn't the case. Now people can freely talk, freely and confidently talk about their cultures than before.
So I know that I won't ask you to comment or say anything about this, but I know from speaking to different scholars in Turkey over, especially the last 3 years, there's a lot more interest in the intellectual and philosophical background, especially in Ottoman times. But there's always this polarization also. Some people want justice, they feel defensive about the Ottoman past, the philosophy of the Ottoman past, and others who want nothing to do with it. So there's still this kind of polarity, unfortunately.
Yes,
I
yes.
just thought I'd mention that.
Yes.
We have another question
You're
here.
right.
We have another question from Aminuddin Sarip. Salam, Professor Hilal. I want to know your perspective on the Turkish diaspora. Do you think Turkish around the world plays a role in forming Turkey's nationalism domestically as we move to a more globalized society, or they may settle in the new country they are in? I'm from Philippines, and Filipino diaspora is something I also find interestingly similar to the Turkish diaspora. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, but again, I don't know about this. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Are there, if anybody has another question before I pose it, please go ahead. All right. I was thinking about the you make a distinction between secularism and laicism, and it's associated. You associated Turkey's experience as one of laicism, whereas secularism led to a consolidation of nationalism more. The idea of laicism is connected with the fact that Turkish intellectuals, I think, in my understanding, were drawn to the French political ideologues and intellectuals after the French Revolution. So in Tsarist Russia, especially under the Empress Catherine and afterwards, they dabbled in the French language or had a smattering of it. And this became a sort of mark of prestige, in Russia. And in Russia, Tsarist Russia, this continued until even the revolution. I think that in Turkey, maybe French was even more popular because Russia was much more poor, I think, and Turkish people were by reputation, I think, very educated. Well, educated, and generally the general educational level maybe was higher than in Tsarist Russia. Would you like to add something about the French connection and the Turkish idea of laicism? And why do you make this distinction, anyways, besides the consolidation of nationalism?
Yes, Turkish intellectuals, founders of the Turkish Republic are mainly under the influence of the French intellectuals. So, and I think I'm not expert on that, but I understood from what I read, laicism meant that government more has more authority on the religious institutions in a laicist, I don't know, environment. But secularism provides religion a more secured or autonomous place. This is what I understood from what I read. So because of that, I needed to make a distinction between laicism and secularism, because I saw that if state has authority to even they have the authority to regulate the religious, I don't know, practices. So we can call it like laicism, and religion has their autonomy, a kind of autonomy in the I don't know, under the authority of the state. So we should call it secularism. That's what I understood. Because of that, I made that this distinction. But you're right, the founders are mainly influenced by the French intellectuals. That's all.
Thank you. At one point you say, I'll just quote you here, the founders of political Turkism did not have the Western concept of an ethnic nationalist nation state on their agenda. Primarily, efforts were focused on education-based progress, encompassing the Turkic and other Muslim peoples of Central Asia. Politically, the main idea was an Islamic unity based on the unity of the Turkic peoples, rather than an ethnic aim.
Mhm.
Here, I assume you were referring specifically to I believe you're referring to Ismail Gasparilla, and his
Yes,
circle,
yes,
yeah,
yes, yes.
in the 19th century.
Mhm.
So I assume you mean by, first of all,
Yes.
I assume you mean by other Muslims in Central Asia, the speakers of other kinds of Turkish dialects belonging to different ethnicity, not necessarily not people who didn't speak Turkish at all, but you were referring to Turkic speaking.
No, everybody. For
Ah,
example, Cherkess, I don't know, those Tajiks, because I don't think they did separate ethnically people. I think this is my idea again, because I might be mistaken, but I understood that they always think about, they always had this Islamic unity back their minds. For example, Enver Pasha.
I see. And Tajik, I believe, is a mixture of Persian and other local
Yes.
languages. Yes. Yes. I see.
Of
That's
course, if they were to willing to unite with the Turks, I don't know, as long as they want to be part of such a
yes.
unity.
No, I thought that was important. It's very interesting. It's this one. And just to follow up before we close, Dr. Altun, I was just wondering if this consciousness that you describe in the 19th century is still a big factor in today's conception of Turkey. Because every time I visited Turkey, I had no trouble meeting people from Central Asia, but also, people who were originally non-Turkish.
Mhm.
And would you still call it pan? I mean, it's no longer, well, would you call the consciousness today pan-Turkism, pan-tourism? As a factor, it's as strong today. Maybe it's as strong today as the Islamic current, which has to. I mean, the Islamic current. I mean, the Islamic consciousness, I should say, transformed. I think. Turkey in the last few years. So I wonder if this, you know, global kind of um, welcoming attitude towards Turks and, as you say, non-Turks in the rest in other parts of the region. How do these compare in today's Turkey? I don't know if you care to detail too much. Maybe it's it's a big question. I think it's not hard to
Mhm.
answer. It's not easy to
Yes.
answer. Yes.
I just, yeah, you're right. But the unfortunate thing is that now, I'm very sorry and sad about hearing such things. But now I encounter uh, many negative comments on the immigrants from Syria, Afghanistan, Iran, Iraq. So it's of course very sorry to hear such things. So I, I don't know how they feel about caring about other Muslims, because now immigrants or yes, immigrants aren't that welcome, unfortunately, now in Turkey. So
But I wasn't
for the
actually. Sorry, I wasn't really referring to immigrants or refugees,
yes,
because the Turkish population is very diverse. Even though they call
yes,
themselves Turks,
yes,
many of them come from the Balkans. It's very diverse. I don't know what percentage of the population of Turkey is actually Turkish by root, but
yes. Mhm.
possibly 40, maybe 50% is really from somewhere else. I mean, the Balkans. I have no idea really. It's just a general. That's what I was really referring to, not the refugees. And how are these pan-Turkism and this more encompassing view of Turkey as including non-Turkish speaking people?
Okay, maybe I can tell you this very, very short, something very short answer, because we can talk about it for hours.
Yes.
I can safely say that in Turkish nationalistic worldview, never was so rigid, or they were never racist. So they always have this connection with the Muslim world, and they always feel themselves belong this great nation, great Muslim nation. And of course, they have some confidence being in Turks, but still they are the part of the great Islam world. This is a very, I don't know, this is a very popular idea among the general Turkish nationalists. But this racist nationalism also gained some popularity in the last years.
Yes.
But in general, the characteristic of Turkish nationalism always have this connection with this great Muslim world.
Thank you so
I
much.
believe.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a real pleasure exchanging views with you, and thank you so much for your paper.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Now, Professor Hamadeh Rastai will deliver her paper. So let me just quickly introduce her. She's assistant professor of philosophy at Institute of Higher Education in Tehran, Iran. She's a very dynamic scholar and is also managing editor and editorial on the editorial board of the Journal of History of Islamic Philosophy. She's published many papers, including Ibn al-Arabi, Arabi's approach to epistemic disagreement, Ibn Arabi and other positive religions, and on the occasion of the other analysis of the two problems of recognition and responsibility, and so on. So the title of our paper is From Unity to Plurality with Other in Ibn Arabi's Intellectual System. Let me just give you the spotlight, Professor, and you can start.
Thank you.
Welcome.
In the name of Allah, from unity to multiplicity with the other in Ibn Arabi's intellectual system. We live in a world where we are inevitably in a relationship with the other. Who is the other? What is the relationship between me and him? Considering that the other always disagrees with me, at least in some positions, is he considered my enemy or my friend? In disagreements, is my relationship with him based on peace or war? It seems that there are two ways to encounter an other whose views and opinions are against mine. Either I submit the other to my opinions, or the other imposes his opinion on me. Of course, in both ways, there is a possibility of conflict. Do you think there is a third way that the differences and disagreement of opinion between me and the other do not lead to conflict and enmity? I would like to share this question with Ibn Arabi and ask his opinion about the type of confrontation with the opposite other. Ibn Arabi is the greatest and most prominent founder of the mystical philosophical system in the history of Islam. All mystic thinkers and mystic philosophers have been influenced by his foundations, and for this reason, they call him the greatest master. Which way does Ibn Arabi choose when faced with opposing opinions? Does his confrontation with the opposing other lead to conflict? In examining Ibn Arabi's works, we come across phrases that indicate extreme fellowship and tolerance towards the other. I need to mention some of these phrases. Human, regardless of whether a person knows the other party or not, should initiate the greeting. It seems that the person who initiates the greeting, regardless of the beliefs and opinions of the other party, is looking for a relationship with peace and security and avoid enmity. Ibn Arabi mentions men under the title of men of tenderness and divine kindness that have compassion for everyone, both believers and non-believers. They do not judge people, and their kindness includes everyone equally. In another position, Ibn Arabi calls the mystic as universal compassion, whose kindness is universal. If something happens against their consent that they dislike, they behave gently. In several cases, Ibn Arabi advises to avoid things that bring hostility and enmity. For example, he says, if you associate with the polytheist, do not insult what he has chosen as God. In relation to others, even a little turbidity of people should be avoided, not only in appearance, but also in the heart and interior. Therefore, whenever there is a change in your heart towards one of the believers, let it go. Think of it as good and make an excuse for him for this state that happened in you. Furthermore, whenever there is a tree or a wall between you and someone who is with you, greet him when you see him again, hence he knows that you are with him on the same friendship as you were before you were separated. Ibn Arabi advises kindness and compassion not only about humans, but also about other creatures, and says, make all living beings and creatures subject to kindness and mercy, and do not say that this is a plant or a solid body and are unaware. But what is the reason for his fellowship and tolerance towards others? Why does he advise fellowship in the face of opposition? From Ibn Arabi's point of view, who is the other? And what is the relationship between me and him? To answer these questions, it is necessary to examine Ibn Arabi's foundations. Ibn Arabi, like most of the mystics, believes in the unity of being, wahdatul wujud. And in several positions of his works, some expression introduce being as one truth and the identical with entities. Ibn Arabi states that in the house of existence, there is no truth except God, and other beings are nothing. Based on this statement, there is only one true and real entity in the universe, which is God. The unity that Ibn Arabi speaks of is a pure and true unity that has no opposite and is not used against multiplicity. Despite the expression referring to unity, there are also expressions referring to mere multiplicity in Ibn Arabi's works. But in the end, Ibn Arabi does not consider the pure unitary view or the pure multiplicity view to be comprehensive and complete. And the perfection is in the intuition of unity in multiplicity and multiplicity in unity, and he believes that the perfect mystic is the one that both intuits the multiplicity in the truth and intuits the unity in its multiple forms. In fact, it seems that on the one hand, he believes in the unity of existence, and on the other hand, he also accepts multiplicity and advises tolerance when dealing with others. But how can unity and multiplicity be combined? Doesn't the acceptance of multiplicity destroy his view of existential unity? The reconciliation of unity and multiplicity from the perspective of Ibn Arabi is related to ontology. By raising the issue of the emergence of names, asma, and immutable entities, a'yan sabite, he explains the multiplicity in a way that does not disrupt unity. To explain how names emerge, Ibn Arabi starts from God's holy essence, has absoluteness and purity, and is ultimately hidden. It is neither called by a name nor described by an attribute. In this level, martabe, there is no identification or difference and multiplicity. But God's self-awareness and knowledge create after the level of essence. In this identification, God's holy essence is aware of himself, and all beings are present in this position in a potential and brief form free of any identification. In mystical terminology, this level is called the level of oneness, ahadiyat. He loves to look at his perfection. He loves to look at his perfection in addition to his essence, both in the mirror of his names and attributes and in the mirror of his actions. Therefore, names emerge through a disclosing that is called the most holy effusion, Fayzul Aqdas, and through the second disclosing, which is called the holy effusion, Fayzul Muqaddas. All words emerge from the inward. In fact, the first multiplicity occurs in the word of names, and due to the multiplicity of names, multiplicity is realized in the word. Based on this, all creatures are manifestations of divine names, that is, divine names have emerged in these creatures. This ontological system allows a person to call a manifestation of manifestations the truth, because it is the truth that has been manifested in this form. And it also allows a person not to consider a manifestation to be the true, because the truth is not exclusive to particular manifestation, and through the names, it has manifested in different beings. Therefore, every being is the true because the true is manifested in it. Therefore, every being is the true because the true is manifested in it. And because that particular manifestation does not express the entire truth as being, it is not the truth. Now back to our question. What is the reason for Ibn Arabi's fellowship and tolerance towards others? Why does he advise fellowship in the face of opposition? From Ibn Arabi's point of view, who is the other and what is the relationship between me and him? If Ibn Arabi is a Unitarian and considers every being except God to be non-existent, in a world that lacks multiplicity, it is not possible to talk about the other and be fellowship and tolerance towards him. If Ibn Arabi is pluralist, multiplicity is always accompanied by differences and contradictions, and is not compatible with the fellowship and tolerance that Ibn Arabi intended. It seems that Ibn Arabi's point of distinction in his confrontation with the other is his comprehensive view. The truth and creation are the same truth. If you look at it from the perspective of unity, you will find it the truth. And if you look at it from the perspective of multiplicity, you will see it as creation. Therefore, it can be said that there is a unity that brings them closer to each other in the observation of multitudes with all their differences and disagreements. In Ibn Arabi's mystical system, if the aspect of unity is paid attention to in the interaction with the other, basically there will be no differences and contradictions and conflict and contention. If facing the other, differences and conflicts are considered, it can be said that the contradiction and difference is due to the contradictions and differences in the word of names. Therefore, according to Ibn Arabi, firstly, there is a unity behind the difference with the other. Secondly, the difference and disagreement with the other are caused by the difference in the name. As a result, the acceptance of other cannot be conditional on the elimination of differences and disagreement, because the difference and disagreement are tied to his identity. In recommending collective life, unlike Heidegger and Marcel, he is not concerned about human relationships become tool relationships. Unlike Buber, he is not concerned about the reduction of human relationships to the I-thou relationship. And unlike Sartre, he is not worried that one makes the other his slave in this community, because his foundation is different from the foundation of these thinkers. The congregation, according to Ibn Arabi, is composed of people that consider each other as God's manifestation, and beyond all apparent differences, they see a unity that brings them closer to each other. From Ibn Arabi's point of view, not only differences in ontology, but also epistemic differences end in unity. According to him, the epistemic difference is caused by the difference in humans' talent and understandings. He points to the differences in people's temperaments and abilities and believes that it is not possible for all people in the world to have the same temperament. Rather, each person has a special temperament, and that is why there is a difference in perception between people. God also emerged in each of his, God also emerged in each of his creatures according to the capacity and talent of that creature. For this reason, although the perception and understanding of someone who has more capacity and talent is closer to the true, but anyway, every opinion has a benefit, even if it is a little bit of true. That no opinion can be called pure falsehood. Divine laws have also appeared according to the time, place, capacity, and temperament of people. In fact, different religions, on the one hand, have a fixed part that is common to all of them. And on the other hand, each of them has an unstable and variable part that can be changed according to the time and place and talent of people. Therefore, despite the appearance of different prophets in the form of different wisdoms, the path of all of them is the same, and the difference between religion is due to the difference in talent of nations. Therefore, it is possible to generalize the Ibn Arabi's ontological view to the field of epistemology and say that just as there are three approaches in observing the universe, there are also three significant perspectives in case of facing various beliefs and Sharia. From ontological perspective, Ibn Arabi believes that when faced with the universe, one can consider unity and say it is truth, or consider multiplicity and say it is creation. However, in a comprehensive view, it is truth from one aspect and it is creation from the other side. From epistemological perspective, different opinions and sharias are one in terms of their fixed and unchanging aspect, and they are plural in terms of their changing aspect. Hence, one can take into account the aspect of unity and claim that there is only one Sharia, or observe the aspect of plurality and say that the Sharias are different. But in contrast, the comprehensive view is to consider both the unity and the plurality of Sharia, as they are one in one direction and they are multiple in other direction. Since God's wisdom has manifested according to the people's time, place, capacity, and temperament, the Sharias are multiple. Moreover, Sharias are single, as the Sharia of each prophet is a manifestation of the manifestations of the one religion that was revealed to him. In fact, in the context of the plurality of Sharias, like the discussion of ontology, Ibn Arabi tries to connect the plurality to the unity, and with a wise viewpoint, he observes the unity and commonalities in the heart of the plurality and differences. Such an attitude is not exclusive to the owners of other Sharias, and by penetrating into religions, it includes the differences of religions as well. Therefore, despite the fact that Ibn Arabi himself is inevitably a follower of one of the school of thought, he praises the efforts of the owners of all schools of thought in deriving divine roles, and not only forbids conflict with the owners of other schools of thought, but also for their special opinions and the issues raising in their profession recommends providing excuse and justifications. In this era, when the hatred of some religious and religious groups towards each other has ignited the fire of war and bloodshed, and the insistence of religions on eliminating and rejecting each other has become the basis of sectarian and religious war, the value and importance of Ibn Arabi is more concrete in relation to the other religion. A point of view that not only does not consider difference as a bad thing, but also his ontology foundation on distinction and difference, and not only does not consider opposition and contradiction as evil, but also looks for its root in the word of names, an idea that emphasizes the validity of all beliefs and the unity of religions, considers war and conflict between the owners of the Sharia to be pointless, and an approach that closes the way to religious violence by recognizing all religions and recognizing their leaders as reward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for your perspective on Ibn Arabi in a different way than we've been talking about it so far in this symposium. I wonder if Professor Cruz is there. Professor Cruz?
Yes, Professor.
We're going to need your translation because... Hello?
Yes, yes, yes.
All right. Professor, I don't know, first of all, if anyone has any questions, because we're going to need your translation from Farsi, between Farsi and English, if you don't mind.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
All right. I won't make my questions too complicated. Let me see. I had a few here. Professor, you said that theoretical mysticism has achieved its final order and perfection with Ibn Arabi's works. I agree with you, but why, at least I agree with you on the foundational role of Ibn Arabi. But why do you say final?
Excuse me, Professor Sharker.
Yes?
Can you repeat?
Sure. Sure. Yeah, I'll repeat it. In your lecture, you say that theoretical mysticism has achieved its final order and perfection with Ibn Arabi's works. Go ahead.
خب سوال سلام
سلام.
سوال دکتر اینه ایشون گفت که در نگاه این عربی موضوع هیراتیک نمیدونم شما گفتید هیراتیک چیه؟
من متوجه نمیشم.
I agree with you on his foundational role, but why do you say final?
میخوان بگن که نقش تفکر ابن عربی.
این سوال آخر شما موضوع آخر شما که
دوباره تکرار کنید لطفاً.
درباره موضوع آخر سخنرانی شما موضوع چیه؟ مثلا یه نتیجه شما چه بود مثلا در سخنرانی شما؟
نتیجه شما جمله ترجمه میکنید یا من کامل بگم؟
بله بهتر میگید
جمله
چون که من در فارسی در انگلیسیه.
Thank you. مرسی. Thank you. برای اینکه در حال حاضر بدونیم ابن عربی دیدگاهش نسبت به دیگری چیه؟
Sí, el primero es cuál es el punto de vista de Ibn Arabi.
The first is what is the principal point of view of Ibn Arabi.
باید برگردیم به مبانی ابن عربی.
Y quizás es el punto central que reúne toda la idea de Ibn Arabi.
And I suppose that is the principal idea, that is the commitment meeting, put together all the ideas of in Arabic.
ابن عربی چه نگاهی به دیگری داره؟
In árabe, ¿qué visión tiene del otro?
What did they say? What is the
Vision.
vision of view of in Arabic about the otherness?
ابن عربی بر اساس مبانی خودش معتقده که اولاً پشت همه این کسرت‌ها یک وحدتی وجود داره.
Sí, desde el punto de vista de Inarabi, primeramente, desde la superficie, hay una multiplicidad que abarca toda la unidad.
The principal idea in the top of the ideas is the multiplies that the commitment of the unity of the unity.
اگر به اون وحدت توجه کنه اختلافی با دیگری نخواهد بود. یعنی در صورتی که به وحدت توجه کنه اصلا اختلافی نخواهد بود. وحدت است.
Sí, cuando se manifiesta esa unidad, no existe una diferencia entre todas esas multiplicidades. Sigue siendo unidad, aún siendo multiplicidad.
When the manifestate that unity is no difference, it is the same in the multiplicity.
Es unidad.
This is unity. Unicity.
اما اگه به کثرت توجه کنه با دیگری اختلاف داره.
Pero cuando se manifiesta la multiplicidad, sí hay una diferencia entre los otros.
But when the manifestation of the multiplicity, in that occasion, in that moment, they are a real difference between another ones.
Okay, may I say something?
اما ریشه این اختلاف کجاست؟
¿Cuál es el punto de la regla y el punto de vista? ¿Cuál es?
What is the point of view?
El canon.
What is the reference? What is the point?
Well, I'm asking you, why did you say that Ibn Arabi gave a final form to philosophy? Because final means that there's nothing else. But Ibn Arabi was very open.
Negaje in Arabi, negaje natije in Arabi, kohare natije shie, taboreyo musu, she natije in Arabi.
خوب ترجمه نشد.
نه ایشون این موضوع خیلی بزرگه، خیلی بزرگ است. ایشون میگویند که مثلا درباره این موضوع این نگاهی که شما داری چه نتیجه داره؟
چه نفعی؟
آره.
در حال حاضر این همه اختلاف بین افراد مختلف، ادیان مختلف، مذاهب مختلف وجود داره و منجر شده به جنگ، خونریزی و مشکلات دیگه.
Sí, al final todas las diferencias, todas las contradicciones, todos los elementos que son en contra no tienen una fundamentalidad al final.
In this point, the most important that is all the opposites is all the manifestations is not the difference between us all.
ابن عربی نگاهش وحدت در کثرت و کثرت در وحدت هست.
El punto de vista en Arabia es que la unidad es multiplicidad y la multiplicidad es unidad.
The most important in this point of view of in Arabic is that the unity is multiplicity and multiplicity is unity.
اگر به جنبه excuse me اگر به جنبه وحدت توجه شود اختلافی با دیگری نیست.
Si acaso hay una manifestación de la unidad, no hay una diferencia entre todas las partes, entre todos los entes.
In the case that the manifestation of the unity is not the difference or effective difference between the contradiction between the manifestations of between the ends or forms manifestation.
اگر به جنبه کثرت توجه شود، اختلاف من با دیگری به لحاظ وجودی برمیگرده به اختلاف در عالم اسما و به لحاظ معرفتی برمیگرده به اختلاف ظرفیتی که خداوند به من و دیگری داده.
Entonces, si se da una multiplicidad, si se da una manifestación en la multiplicidad, desde el lugar de los nombres hasta el lugar de conocimiento habría, digamos, un grupo de elementos negativos en esa multiplicidad. Si hay una manifestación de la multiplicidad,
if I a manifestation of the multiplicity,
se daría desde el nivel de los nombres.
Is figure it out the state of the name,
de nombres divinos,
the divine names,
hasta todos los niveles de conocimiento,
until of the state of the level of knowledge.
Habría una contradicción negativa.
In this point, they exist the negative contradiction.
Con los negativos en sí.
With the negative inside in them.
Vale.
All right, thank you. So you're saying that the dialogue continues within this framework. Thank you so much, Professor.
Thank you.
So we have, I don't know if our next speaker is here. Professor Hossein Eddin Chacha.
Yes, I am here.
Are you there?
Yes.
Oh, great. So I'm just looking for you. I'd like to give you the screen. I can't find you. Can you turn on your screen, please?
Now? It's Hossein.
Please turn on your screen. I can't see you.
My camera is open. The name is Hossein in the names of participation.
There, let me see. There we are. Great. Welcome to you. Let me first introduce you so that everybody will know you. Professor, how do you pronounce your name, sir? Your last name?
Hossein Eddin Shashia.
Shashia.
Shashia. Shashia or Shashia?
Yeah. Professor Shia wrote the Morisco landscape narratives of expulsion in modern Spanish thought, and he published it. It just caught my eye, and we're fortunate to have him with us today. I asked him to just to present his book and to talk a little bit about the subject. The professor is a Tunisian academic specializing in modern history at the Tunis University. He served as a visiting professor at the University of Murcia in Spain and a visiting researcher at the Center for Middle Eastern Studies at Harvard University in the US. His research focuses on mainly on the Moriscos, I believe, and on which he's written numerous studies and books in Arabic, Spanish, and English. He's authored, other books, Tunisia, the Mediterranean, and the Moriscos, and so on. So thank you so much for being here, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Shekhar. And sorry, I was and I still sick a little bit for this. I lost the first 2 days. I will continue in Spanish. It's okay because I prepare my presentation in
Right.
Spanish.
You prepared it in Spanish. All right. So maybe, all right. So we'll, yeah, I didn't know that. I thought you were going to do it in English. That's, can you sort of translate it as you read? Is that possible for you to do that?
Okay, so I will give more details in Spanish and then like resume in English. It's okay?
Sure, that's fine, because otherwise it's going to be a bit complicated.
Okay. Entonces el título de mi libro es El paisaje morisco, las narrativas de la expulsión en el pensamiento español moderno. Bueno, como sabéis, cada libro tiene una historia o una idea. He empezado este libro para escribir sobre los moriscos en el pensamiento árabe. Porque pienso que en el mundo árabe, especialmente la historia de Al-Ándalus y de los moriscos, es una historia complicada, queda hasta hoy muy discutida. Y queda también el problema del el paraíso perdido en el mundo árabe, especialmente islámico en general. Pero con el COVID, en 2000, principio de 2020, tenía más tiempo y empezó a leer más sobre lo que ha hecho en España, sobre la historia de los moriscos, especialmente la representación de esta historia en el pensamiento español. Y la verdad, pensaba que ya está todo hecho y no voy a añadir nada, pero al final he descubierto que hay muchas cosas o muchos trabajos no aún hechos. Así he dicho, bueno, voy a empezar una presentación larga sobre los moriscos en el pensamiento español. Hablamos de 80 o algo así páginas, pero al final he acabado de escribir un libro sobre los moriscos en el pensamiento español. Eh, so now in English, the title of my book is The Morisco Landscape, the Narratives of Expulsion in the Spanish Thought Modern. So as I said, that every book has a story. My in the beginning, my idea was, and still it's write about the Moriscos in the Arabic thought. I started looking what's and why the Moriscos in Arabic thought, because the history of the Moriscos and the history of Al-Andalus still have a lot of problematic history, as you know, the lost paradise of Al-Andalus. I'm still trying to analyze this story from the beginning, especially after the fall of Granada. So in 2020, with the COVID, I had time to look more about the subject in the other side in Spain, and I thought that everything it's did about this subject in Spain, but then I discovered that there are a lot of things to do in this subject, and I said, okay, I will write like a presentation of my book about 80 pages, but then I finished to write pages about the Moriscos in Spanish representation. We can speak about added to the presentation and the conclusion. It's three chapters, and it's chronological chapters. I started with the 16th century and 17th century, and what we can name it's when the Moriscos was a history. So what's mean history means that when the Moriscos were in Spain before the expulsion of 1609, 1614. In this period, when the Spanish authors write about people live in Spain. Now they see them in streets, in the church, in the in every places. So and then the 18th and 19th century, it's more about memory and how the Spaniards or the Spaniards authors remember the history of the Moriscos. It's like in between, as mentioned in very well in the book of Paul Ricoeur, the history and the memory, l'histoire et la mémoire. So I used approximative quantitative approximative, so with a lot of numbers and a lot of representation of the evolution of the Moriscos in Spain, and also the analysis of everything, of history, poetry, so everything I tried to use everything wrote about the Moriscos in Spain before the expulsion. So what's the most evident or something we can see in this period? What we can see is this period, it was presented the Moriscos as in negative images, represent the Morisco as threat or danger for Spain, for the Christians, for the security of the national Spanish security. And we should not forget that especially in 16th and 17th century, we was in the period of big conflicts between the Spanish and the Ottomans in the Mediterranean. And then they presented the Moriscos as allies of the Ottomans and the North African states, especially Algiers and the pirates of Algiers. But as you know, in history there is not white or black. There is this part of some authors that they give a negative image of the Moriscos, but also they understood very well the situation of the Moriscos in this period, and we can speak about the Humanians authors, because the Moriscos in this period were obliged to convert to Christianity, but in another side, they didn't give them the same rights of the Cristianos Viejos. So the Moriscos Cristianos Nuevos, the new Christians and the old Christians. And so the Moriscos find themselves in situation in between, so they were obliged to convert to Christianity, but they're always they're not real as presented in this society, real Christians. So there are some authors, they understand this situation. Then in 18th century, it's so complicated. It's the most difficult century that I because I didn't find a lot of things about the Moriscos in Spain in 18th century. So we can see like the authors of the Spanish society try to forget the Morisco issue. They speak very few about the Moriscos, about what's happened in 16th or in 17th century. For this, almost we don't find anything in the bibliography, the Spanish or international bibliography about the representation of the Moriscos in 18th century. So really, it was a very hard challenge for me to understand how the Spanish society and especially the authors see the Moriscos in 18th century, or how they started to remember the Moriscos in 18th century. For this, I used new sources, but also another sources. So, as I know, in the first time we used to understand the Moriscos in Spanish. So, for example, there are a theory or a journal of Spaniards religious in Tunisia who lived in Tunis between 1618 and 1635. So usually all the historians who work about the Moriscos in Tunis, we used this journal, but we used as sources for the history of Moriscos in Tunis. So I changed the point of view to this journal to see how this Spaniards religious represent the Moriscos in 18th century. And really what we discovered, I think, is very important, because it's the first time we see a Spaniard religious represent the Moriscos as Spanish. Usually they represent them like foreign, like Muslims, like Moros, but to represent them as ambassadors of the Spanish culture in North Africa, and this religious he avoid to speak about the Muslims monuments of Moriscos, or avoid to speak about anything in relation of the Islam of the Moriscos. So he focused only in the common things between the Moriscos as Spanish and the Spaniards, as represent them as the people know very well about agriculture. So these people so smart and things like that. And it's a huge difference between the negative image presented for the Moriscos in 16th and 17th century in Spain, and then in 18th century another image. Also, I used an inédit manuscript named Los Errores de los Moriscos de Granada, about it's a document of Inquisition, one of the last Inquisition against the Moriscos between 1727, 1730. First, I think. So I use this document also to see the situation of the Moriscos after more than a century after the expulsion, and then also how represent the Moriscos. So in comparison with the other documents of the Inquisition in 16th century and 17th century, there are a huge difference how represent the Moriscos. They represent them okay, as these people, they don't know very well the Christianity. They have some roots of Islam, but it's huge difference. And then in the last 18th century, there is something new. It's the newspapers in Spain, and we can see also the difference, especially the context of the French Revolution, and started in newspaper. We find some criticization to the Inquisition and about what happened for the Moriscos in the beginning of 17th century. So we have 16th, 17th century, a very negative image for the Moriscos. Then we can speak about 18th century that started the Spanish thought, give another view to the Moriscos, reviewed what happened in 17th and 18th century. Then we arrived in the last chapter and the most long chapter with I think 200 pages, because in 19th century we have a lot of documents or a lot of material to analyze in our goal to understand the Spanish representation to the Moriscos. So especially a lot of newspapers in this period, and novels, books of history, all of them try to review the Morisco history, especially 19th century in Spain is the century of conflict between the old system and the new system, the liberalism and the old system in this period. For example, what we see, it's a lot of discussion about what happened for if the decision to expel the Moriscos was a good decision for Spanish securities, for Spanish economic, for the religious unity of Spain or no. And always also they traded this subject with the expulsion of Jews, and there are a lot of authors explain that Spain in 19th century is not a country beside France and United Kingdom because they expelled the Moriscos. Because the Moriscos were a very good people with money, with commerce, with agriculture. So this a very short presentation of my book. So I don't know if there are any question about.
Yes, thank you so much for this. Yes, I'm sure there are questions. I have some of my own. I don't know if anyone else does, but I was wondering how large was the Morisco population in Spain after Granada after Granada was conquered, the last city. How large was and I don't know exactly when the Muslims who remained in the Iberian Peninsula came to be called Morisco. Can you just give us an indication, when did they start to be called Moriscos, or maybe before Granada?
Yeah. So usually I have this question, especially about the term Morisco and
Yes.
Moriscos. So the term Morisco or Moriscos is before the fall of Granada in 1492. And no use to name the Moriscos in 17th century. But for example, I find that they used to name the Jews of Morocco as Judeo-Moriscos. But to signify or to present the Moriscos, I think it's after 1502 that mentioned by Bernard Vincent, we find the first use of the Morisco as a term to represent the descendant of Muslims of Al-Andalus forced to convert to Christianity.
So it was used to refer to Muslims who are converts from let's say Christianity, not Arabs or Berber or that more Morisco basically.
No, Muslim, just the Andalusian. So in in 1492 and before and after, it's all are and were Andalusian, Andalusian. So they were not represented as Arabs or Berbers, but all were Andalusian, and then they were forced, not all, but between 1502 to 15, I think, 24 or something like that. It's period of forced, first of all, the Andalusian of Al-Andalus or Andalusia, then the Andalusian of Valencia, of Aragon, to arrive to the Moriscos. The last one is the Moriscos of Valencia, or Valence.
I see, I see. I believe we have a question from Omneya Ayad, Professor.
Dr. Hussam, thank you so much for your brief presentation of your book. I'm looking forward to read it, inshallah. I really want to give it a read. What is interesting in your presentation? Is it in Arabic?
Yeah, it's in Arabic, yeah.
It's a lot easier. All right. I was wondering, you talked about the shift of the way that people looked at the Moriscos between the 16th and 17th, and then the shift occurs in the 18th century.
Yeah.
And you mentioned that they stopped talking about them as the aliens or the other, and they were a little bit integrated in the Spanish society as purely Spanish. I was wondering, this shift of understanding or the shift of perspective towards the Moriscos, is it despite of them being Muslims? Yani, what they are trying to accomplish is to raise the sense of Spanish nationalism, yani per se, or is it they are Muslims alongside being Spanish and we are okay with the fact of them being Muslims and Spanish? Yani, was Islam significant in this shift of understanding of the Moriscos' identity, or was it despite of Islam? They started to treat them as only pure Spanish. Thank you.
I am not sure, but I think it's question is this despite Islam. It's not question of Islam. 16 and especially 16th and 17th century, the Moriscos were in Spain, were in the peninsula, and were represented as allies of Ottomans, that there were not real Christians. That's the part of history. But then in the beginning of 18th century, it was like a memory. So they don't be were as thought dangers for the Spaniards. They were outside of Spain. So they were beginning the new vision to where the Moriscos represented, because also in there are a lot of details in this. So the Moriscos started to represent as a danger, especially after the revolt of Albujarras in 1569, 1570 first. So before we can speak about like normalization of the presence of the Moriscos in the peninsula. But after the revolution, the revolt of Albujarras, they started to represent them as a very, very danger to Spain. But then in 18th century, when this Spaniards, religious Jimenez in Tunis speak about the Moriscos, they speak about people outside of Spain. It's not still as a danger. I don't think that there is something in relation with of the Moriscos in this period. I don't know if I answered the question. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Professor.
Yes, congratulations. I'm very, very interested in your book, as you can imagine, because I'm into Morisco studies, the two, and I love your country, Tunisia. I travel very often to Tunisia.
Thank you.
They were speaking about the Moriscos, the word Moriscos. I want just to remind that the Moriscos resented that adjective. They called themselves Muslimes, that is to say Muslims, because Morisco means little Moor, and that was completely pejorative. It was negative. It was a negative adjective for them, despiseful. So they, in their Aljamiado manuscripts, which you would know, of course, they call themselves Muslims, never Moriscos, because it was very, very negative for them.
In the letter of Ahmad ibn Qasim al-Hajri, I'm sure that you know this letter of Ahmad ibn Qasim al-Hajri to the Moriscos of Istanbul, he used the term Morisco or Moriscos.
Yeah, because that was later on, they were all called Moriscos after that.
Yeah,
in
exactly.
the 16th century, they usually they resented that name because that meant half a breed, that meant hybrid and all that. So
yeah. So I don't know, but so the term Moriscos in themselves, I think it's not pejorative. It's not like, for example, the Safaris Marranos. Marranos, you know what mean Marranos. But Morisco, they used, I think, to signify anything from Moros or Miraculous. As I said that I find that used even to present the Jewish of Morocco, the Hujus of faith, for example.
Yeah, in the case of Moriscos, usually they used to call them Moriscos in the idealized Spanish literature, either Morisco or Moro. Let's say in Abencerraje, novels like that, idealized, but where they idealized the figure of the Moor. But Moriscos compared to Moro, for them, in the Aljamiado manuscripts, at least, they tend to use Muslimes or Moros, but not Morisco, because Morisco is little Moor. You know, it's a new word in the 16th century. But but there's usually after that, in the 16th, 17th, 19th century, 20th century, Morisco was not that negative because it was widely used by them. But in the 16th century, at least in the Aljamiado manuscripts, usually they prefer to be called Muslimes or Muslims. It must have been very difficult for them because they were hybrid by then, knowing Spanish, just the Arabic script. A few of them spoke Arabic. It was very, very difficult period for them.
Sure, and I think the Aljamiado literature represent part of the Moriscos. As you know, it's a huge community, and so there are between them who was real Muslims who converted to Islam, and the others that were in between two words, Islam and Christianity, and also there were Moriscos they converted to Christianity.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Morisco, the Aljamiado literature was written usually by very adamant Muslims.
Exactly.
Underground Muslims, of course, but very adamant and very passionate for their cause.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
this
fascinating.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm glad to meet you at least in this cyberspace, and I'm looking forward to your book.
Thank you. I will try to send you a copy.
Yes, wonderful. Yeah. We'll keep in touch.
Yeah, sure.
Professor, I was wondering, I know that there were many Christians in Andalus who spoke Arabic as they adopted Arabic as their mother tongue, and it became sort of their mother tongue. How were they treated? What was their status? Musarab, I think you. How were they? Yeah. What was their status in Spain after the fall of Granada? When all this business of Moriscos and you have any idea what?
Sorry, I don't know. It's another kind of
another kind of discourse.
subject. But also there are a lot of common things between the Mozarabes and the Moriscos. Plus this hybrid culture situation between Christianity, Islam, speak Arabic, and they keep their Christian faith. The same thing for the Moriscos. It's complicated. I don't know if Professor Luce knows more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the Mozarabes were before the Moriscos, 15th century. And there were the Mudejares and the Moriscos, both Muslims who became Christianized and Christians who became Arabized and spoke Arabic as a language of culture. But of course, after the 15th century, 1492 or before that, Arabic was prohibited. So both the Moriscos suffered that situation. And of course, the Mozarabes and the Mudejares were completely finished by then. So
I can answer, if I may, that question regarding the Mozarabes, because
yes.
I studied that, and here in Spain, yeah, it's quite known. The thing is that the Mozarabes fled the south, the Al-Andalus, towards the Christian kingdoms, more or less all through the Al-Andalus period, but especially at the 12th century, more or less. So they fled because of the northern African invasions. When Al-Andalus was created during the Emirate and the Caliphate from Cordoba, there were Christians remaining. There were not all of them were not forced to convert to Islam. Kind of the other way around, but they lived like this second-class citizen status, but they remained and they learned Arabic, although they also maintained or kept the Latin speech that they have. It's called actually Mozarabe. There are poems that we still have in that language, and they kept it. When they flew in the 12th century and before that, they were received in the Christian kingdoms. They were quite well received because they were seen as heroes. They have maintained the faith among the Muslim rule, and they were granted like special, the kings of the north granted them cities or neighborhoods in the cities for them to stay, and even special parish churches for them. That is the case with Toledo, in which there were like 6 parishes that were granted to the Mustarab community. They could still celebrate the Christian rites in their own right, because the Mustarabes kept the traditional Spanish rite that had disappeared in the northern part of Spain because of the Roman interference. So there was like this medieval Visigothic Roman Spanish Roman rite of the Mass, like the Oriental way of celebrating Mass, the Maronites or the Melkites, or they had that in Spain as well, and they were permitted to still celebrate that, although in the rest of Spain, in Christian Spain, that had already disappeared. From the 11th century or so, the Pope told the Spanish Christians to change the way they celebrated the Mass, and that affected the Christians in the Christian kingdoms, but not in Al-Andalus. So once the Mozarabes came to the Christian kingdoms, they still celebrated Mass in the way they had, and they were granted their own parishes that still exist today. There are 4 parishes in Toledo in which the Mass is celebrating according to this rite, and they were granted like this special status, like privilege. And another thing about maybe Arabic was prohibited as a communication language, but Arabic, these Mozarabes and also the Mudejares, which are the Muslims that were not forced to convert during the 8th centuries of the Reconquista, they could stay in the Christian kingdoms, and they were not forced to convert up until the 16th century, let's say. So they were called mudejares, and those could speak well Arabic, and the Mozárabes as well. So they were very important for the Christian kings or the Christian kingdoms as translators, and that's the origin of the House of Translators of Toledo. And later, the reason for the, I assume that you've heard about the Biblia Políglota Complutense, which is the first huge attempt to make an interlanguage Bible. It was made in the 1516 by a very important bishop in Spain, Cardenal Cisneros, and he arranged for the Jewish people in Spain, or those who had been Jewish but would remain in Spain after converting themselves. They spoke Hebrew, and he also got in charge all of those in Spain who still spoke Arabic and Aramaic or Syriac to compound this 6-column Bible, which is something lovely to see. We have copies of that Bible here in Spain and abroad. And even though maybe I don't know what about Arabic being forbidden, but it existed. There were like these lenguas, they were called, or turjamanes, the translators, and they were in even though Mozárabes that still spoke Arabic and they couldn't understand, and they were translators up until the 16th century, because they were very important in the wars in the north of Morocco, between Spain and the Sultanate and all the Berberese pirates, because they acted as translators. So they still could learn Arabic, and there were like Catholic universities in which, like mine in Sevilla, where studies of Arabic were installed even from the beginning in the 15th century and 16th century. But this is an academic thing. The Arabic stopped to be a language of communication between regular people, of course.
Yes, I can add. I would like to add something. Thank you so much, Professor Carrasco, for your information. Teaching Arabic and Hebrew was very dangerous in 16th century Spain. The Biblia Políglota that he was mentioning, which is fascinating, of course, was a very difficult and dangerous task to undertake, because if you taught Hebrew or Arabic or Aramaic at the universities or help translate it, you got into several problems. Let's remind Professors Cantalapiedra and Fray Luis de León. Cantalapiedra was in charge of the chair of language chairs, Semitic languages. So he taught Hebrew, Arabic, and Aramaic. And since the languages were forbidden strictly in Spain by the time, he had great difficulty in teaching forbidden languages. And he ended in the Inquisition, as well as Fray Luis de León, because they, in the case of Hebrew, they favored the explanations of the rabbis, preferring that explanation to those of the Latin Vulgata Bible. So they ended up in the Inquisition because of that. It was very difficult even to buy the textbooks for the Biblia Políglota or for the classes at the university. I'm quoting the University of Salamanca courses. Cantalapiedra he had to declare in his trial by the Inquisition how did he acquire his books for teaching in Arabic and in Hebrew. And he had to say, well, I'm innocent of the crime, because to get those books, I went to the Librería de Viejo, a bookshop where they used
thrift bookshop, no?
I'm sorry?
Thrift bookshop, like a Librería de Viejo.
The Librería de Viejo, exactly. Ancient books in Arabic and in Hebrew, and he said, and I bought them accompanied by an inquisitor, by a member of the Inquisition, because they had to buy those books. The professors, imagine, accompanied by an inquisitor. And he said, and I bought them those books in Arabic and in Hebrew to discredit them, to go against them, even though I had to teach them. It was very, very difficult, very difficult.
Yeah, well, university life is always difficult. If I teach in some universities in America that there are men and there are women, I can get into trouble as well. So it's always a difficult thing to do. but or that men cannot get pregnant, I could get into problems in America as well.
But teaching
always
forbidden language is quite another thing.
When we mention the Spanish Inquisition, everybody gets scared because, you know, of the Monty Python thing and Monty Python. But yeah, Spanish Inquisition existed. But the point that I'm trying to make is that, of course, it was difficult because it was always an option. It was always there always existed the danger of a fifth column. Spain, let's not forget, was a country in war against many people, and we had problems with North African pirates points. You can ask the people from the east coast of Spain that you don't find countries in the coast because they always build them inside because of the pirates. So it was a country in war, and I think if we try to put ourselves into that cultural frame, not ours but their time, they had to be careful about what they studied or they permitted, because they didn't want to, you know, the enemy. It was the enemy to get into one's country, neither physically or violently nor intellectually. But the point I'm trying to make is that, of course, it was controlled by the authorities, but the fact is that there existed cátedras. I don't know how to say cátedras in English. Chairs, university. Thank you. University chairs of Arabic from the 16th century. My university is an example of that, and in Salamanca, of course, teachers and chair teachers were overlooked or supervised by the authorities. But the same authorities also had the biggest Arabic library in Europe, which is in Spain, the Escorial, and also they had the biggest, I think, the biggest thing that happened intellectually or philologically in Europe was the Biblia Poliglota Complutense. Not many people know about that Biblia, about that Bible, because, well, it was made in Spain, and Spain is not very well seen abroad. But it is a huge thing, the Biblia Poliglota Complutense, and it was paid by the Cardenal Cisneros, who was not only the most important bishop in Spain. He was the Bishop of Toledo, which was the primate of Spain. He was also fue virrey. He was I don't know how to say that, but when the king is so small that he can reign, and there is like this person who reigns instead of the king, that was Cardenal Cisneros. So maybe studying Arabic was persecuted, but it also was something that was paid by the authorities. They need to pay people to learn Arabic in Aramaic and Hebrew in order to have people to that philological endeavor, which was the Biblia Poliglota Complutense.
But it was science for where? It was science for where? It was science for where? Why they studied Arabic? It was to understand, to convert the Muslims, the Moriscos, to Christianity. Yeah. So Censeros, what was the objective of Censeros to start this studies in Arabic?
Of course, translation. You needed translators for words, and you also needed apostles. Yeah, that, of course, the main issue about they wanted to convert, and that they were sincere conversions. There was an endeavor in Granada in the 1560s. The Jesuits were granted a school in Granada. It didn't last many years, but they were granted a school. 3 Jesuits who were from Muslim origin, but Spanish. Well, they were actually Moriscos, but sincerely converted to Christianity, and they spoke Arabic, and they tried to convert to Christianity, all those, and that their conversions were, their intention is that they were sincere and not because of being compelled to convert. Of course, we can judge that by our current way of seeing things, but in the time it was, well, it was an attempt to remain, and they weren't. It's very difficult to see that, but for example, with the Jews, let's not talk about Muslims, but the Jews in all of Europe, the Jews were expelled. Not only in Spain, of course. Spain was the second to last country to expel the Jews. First, they were expelled many times from the different kingdoms in Germany, also from France, also from the United Kingdom, and from Italy as well, from different kingdoms in Italy. And in 1492, they were expelled from Spain because of the Pope compelled the Spanish kings and queen to expel the Jews. And they expelled them already, all right. But they were the only country that only expelled Jews who didn't convert. In other countries in Europe, they weren't allowed. The Jews weren't allowed to convert because they didn't want not only religious Jewish people. They didn't want, in European countries, they didn't want racial Jewish people. In Spain, and my face is a sign of the state of Jewish people in Spain. In Spain, Jewish people who converted were not expelled because the aim was not to expel people from other races, but to gain a religious homogeneity in the country, which was something that in the country was in the time was seen as something to do, and with the Muslims was so well.
But they didn't
want to expel them.
They didn't expel them, but they were started to be subject of the Inquisition, and you know what happened with the Inquisition?
Those who were now
and the Moriscos.
Again, the Spanish Inquisition. That's another topic because the Spanish Inquisition is usually people's most common source of knowledge about the Spanish Inquisition is those historians who are not very friend of the Spanish history, and the Spanish Inquisition is a very difficult topic to touch. But the thing is that they were subjected to the Spanish Inquisition. Those who converted, those who didn't convert, weren't subject to the Spanish Inquisition. Yeah, sure. And actually that's fun because my city, Seville, is the first city in which the Spanish Inquisition was founded, and we have the church in which it was. And the thing is that not many people know that the part of the people in Seville that asked the bishop in Seville and later the Queen Isabella to establish the Inquisition in Seville were the converted Jews. The converted Jews asked the Queen Isabella to bring the Inquisition. For they wanted not to be persecuted by mobs, but they needed a rightful court of justice that could distinguish and establish that they were rightfully converted, and they were not like impostors. And many people know also that according to the Spanish Inquisition, the Inquisition in general, was of course not without any blame or without any fault. It was a court of justice, and there were injustices made in it. But the funny thing is that you can find many records of people that were in common civil jails that committed blasphemy in order to be put into the Inquisition jail and to be tried by the Inquisition court, because people in the time knew that the Inquisition court of justice were more humane than the civil justice. Yeah, you can find that there are like this testimony that this man who is in front of the jury, the civil jury, he just commit blasphemy against the Virgin. So he sent to the who does that if he doesn't know that he is going to be treated better in that other court of justice, the Inquisition, namely, that in the civil one. There were bad.
I think we start the discussion in I don't know. I think as historian we are trying to analyze, to understand what's happening, to justify, or la historia justificativa, something that I don't think it's our role
No,
to do.
it's more of a personal thing, since I'm Spanish and I'm fed up of the black legend against Spain. So I try to speak not well, but to try to put into context the thing about the Spanish Inquisition. Because as funny as the Monty Python, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition funny is. Besides that, there is a lot of black legend against not only the Inquisition, but I don't know how many here have heard about the Biblia Poliglota Complutense, which is one of the biggest achievements in Bible studies in the history of Europe. And not many people, everybody knows about Erasmo de Rotterdam or Luther, of course, but not many people know that the first Greek version of the Bible in printed letter was made in Spain, thanks to Cardenal Cisneros. But it's like a country, an honor of the country thing for me.
Yeah, it's anyway about if I can add about the Moriscos, and we started with the Moriscos, and I think it's better to speak about this subject. The same thing happening after the expulsion, especially here in Tunisia or another side. We didn't have an Inquisition, but the Moriscos, especially the Moriscos, were very in Spanish culture, especially the Aragonese and the Castellanos. So these people arrived to Tunis, they know only Spanish, they have many cultural issue, Iberian. So they see them even in Tunisia as no real Muslims or new Muslims. So we find things about this, and these people keep speaking Spanish until the beginning of 18th century. So things, this hybrid situation or cultural situation of the Moriscos in Tunisia, especially, or in Morocco, in another side. So many things happen, but the difference, I think, between, in my opinion, the Moriscos were in the process of assimilation in Spain. So what happened in 1609? It was like something called this process of assimilation. What happened in Tunisia, we give them more time to assimilate. So the power, the political power, were in the hand of the Ottomans, and the Ottomans also were people, they don't know Arabic, they practice their Islam in another language or foreign language. So when the Moriscos arrived with another culture, even its Iberian culture, they understand the situation, and they give them more than a century to assimilate in Tunisian society. So for this, in the last 18 and the beginning 19th century, almost we stopped to speak about the Moriscos as a community very different to the local another community. This not happened in Spain. The process of assimilation was between 1502 to 1609, so they didn't give them the time. And we have another example. We don't know the real number or the exact number of the Moriscos who stayed in Spain. About 30,000 Morisco. So after the expulsion, almost we don't find anything. They assimilated in the Spanish society. And I think this is the problem of the Moriscos. And it was more, I think, it was more the society, Professor Manuel speak about how was Spain as the champion of Christianity and was in war of all another in many other countries. And always in this situation, we need to find an enemy, to especially a minority, to blame them of everything. They blame them of the natural catastrophe, blame them of the economic situation. So the Morisco especially was this minority in late 16th and beginning of 17th century.
Professor
like to add-
Carrasco, could you make it short, please? I believe you
Yeah,
want to
just
say
to say,
something.
because you said about the time of assimilation, I would say I would open that frame a little longer, because at least in Aragon or in most of Castile, the Reconquista was made up until the 12th century. After the 1280, more or less, the only Muslim kingdom that remained was Granada, but there were Muslims in all of the rest of Spain. So I would say that the assimilation process, if it existed, and I don't think it existed, the assimilation process would begin from the 13th century up till the 16th, and that would be 3 centuries. Besides that, I would add to the difference between Tunis and Spain that the Moriscos in Tunis, they had to assimilate to a culture which was Islamic, but in Spain, their assimilation should be to a culture that is not Islamic; it's Christian in its core, and it adapts the difference. I would compare, if wanting to compare, I would compare the assimilation of which is something very interesting, the assimilation in some countries that were Ottoman provinces, such as Tunis, or I would say Algeria, and those countries, and the countries in the north which weren't Ottoman provinces, such as Morocco. So
Excuse me, yeah.
Excuse
me. When the Moriscos arrived to Tunis when the Moriscos, and Professor Luce know very well from the Alhamiado manuscript, when the Moriscos arrived in Tunis in the beginning of 17th century, many or very good number of them were not know very well Islam or were real Christians, and this we see and we know very well. So they were Christians or people they don't know Islam and were should to be converted to Islam. The Islam was the religion of the abuelos, the grandparents.
But they were not truly converted to Christianity as well. They were like in the middle of both. They were not good Christians in the sense that they didn't convert it. It was a group, a minority that kept their own. It was like in the middle, which is very difficult to stay in.
Professor, we're running out of time.
Yeah. Okay.
Not you, but I mean for two questions that are too elaborate and mostly commentary, I suppose. So if you have something specific to say, the person who's asking questions, please go ahead. Otherwise, we'll move on to another topic and then close this session. All right, I just wanted to ask you, Professor, about the role of the Moriscos. I don't know if you have any thoughts about the current or the more or less present atmosphere in Spain, but I was wondering about the role of or the place of the idea of Moriscos in the intellectual debate or the general debate in Spanish society today. I mean, we remember personalities like Infante or Infantes, I forget his first name, Rafael, I think. He converted to Islam and he was assassinated by Franco.
Infante.
Yes, thank you. He was assassinated in 1936, I believe. He wasn't a Morisco, I believe, also, but I wonder because there's always been this intermittent debate about Andalusia, the Andalusian past of Spain, and so on. It got entangled in politics, leftist politics, rightist politics, and so on. And I've read a bit about it, but I wonder how you see this. Do you have any thoughts about where the notion of Morisco itself in the present debate in Spanish society?
Yeah, I think it's a subject still very important in Spain, and I think also there are a lot of things to do, especially to analyze this present of the Moriscos. But we can see, for example, after 2009, it was the year of the commemoration or 400th of the Moriscos. There are a huge debate. There are a huge academic prediction and literature. A lot of novels about the Moriscos in late 10 years in Spain. Also movies, documentaries. So I think it's, I think it's something that the Spanish society need to speak more or discuss more about this period. It's not a history forgiven, or it's not a history that it's little bit difficult to explain or to give a point of view or present the Spanish society how see the Morisco history. But what we can see now, it's there in academia every year there are many articles, many or theses or novels or movies that produced in Spain about the Moriscos. I think this mean there are needed to understand more, to explain more this situation. For the political issue, in the last years, in Spain, there are a lot of discussion about why we give nationality for the descendant of Sephardies, Jewish, why we don't give this nationality for the Moriscos. They asked, and they asked the Spanish authority here, the embassy, for the nationality. So it's a subject. It's complicated in many ways, in political ways, in literature. But what is important that I think, especially in Spain, there are a rationality view to this history. In contrary, in Arabic world, there are very sentimental view to this history, and for this, I am looking to write the second part of my book. It's about the Moriscos in Arabic thought.
Oh, inshallah, we all look forward to it. Please continue your research. Just one small point. You mentioned Aramaic, or somebody mentioned Aramaic in Spain in relation to language studies, which were, under the Inquisition oversight and so on. And of course, in association with the Jewish community, possibly just the rabbis. The Jews, of course, spoke Aramaic, not Hebrew, in Palestine. That was the language of Palestine in ancient times. That was the language of the Jews while they still had a sizable population 2,000 years ago. But I'm it's just piqued my interest. Was Aramaic spoken anywhere in the Iberian Peninsula beyond outside of the Jewish community? Or was it just an
I
academic
don't think that the
interest?
Jewish here spoke. I don't think that the Jewish here spoke Aramaic as well. Huh?
No, I can answer
I was
that.
speaking. Luce, please go ahead.
Yeah, Aramaic was taught at the university, especially at the University of Salamanca, alongside Hebrew and Arabic. Not because Aramaic was spoken in Spain, not at all, but just for the study of the Bible. If you had a difficulty interpreting, let's say, the Old Testament in Hebrew, then you had the opportunity to check the word in the same triliteral roots, which are Semitic, of course. You could check that elusive word in Hebrew, and you could check it in Aramaic and in Arabic, in the two other languages, so as to have an idea of what the original word meant.
Please mute your microphones, please. Please mute your microphones. Thank you. Continue.
I think you can Professor Shaker, mute them.
Unfortunately, I don't see the button here, so let me check.
Family conversation. We shouldn't hear.
Oh my God! I just.
Dr. Shaker, there are 3 dots right on the right corner, top right corner. If you click on it, you would find
On
a
top?
button, right corner of Patricia's screen.
Of the person who is speaking.
Yeah, of Patricia's screen, and you get a button where it says mute, and if you make me a co-host, I can do it right away if you want.
Yes, all right. I'll do that. Thank you, Omnia.
Sure, no problem.
Make co-host.
All right, it's done.
Thank you. Okay, continue.
Now, as I was saying, that the fact that Aramaic was taught at university alongside Arabic and Hebrew was just because of this. They wanted to study thoroughly the Bible, not because anyone spoke Aramaic in Spain. It was a very scholarly approach to the Bible. If you had an elusive, difficult word in Hebrew, let's say the Old Testament, that was mysterious for interpretation, then you could go to Aramaic and to Arabic because they could share the same triliteral roots as being, of course, Semitic languages. That's why they were taught all together at the side by side, not because anyone spoke Aramaic. It was just biblical studies.
Right? I wonder if the professor is not muted. Can you speak? Yes.
Yes,
Do you
yes.
want to respond or?
For this subject, really, I don't have any idea.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for your lecture. It's really fascinating, and it adds another point of view from besides Professor Baralt's lecture, which I'm really sorry that you missed it because it was really fascinating.
I am so sorry. Really, I was the last 2 days in flu. It's summer flu. So
I can send it to you. Don't worry. I can send it to you.
thank you.
You know, I'm going to send to all the lecturers, I'll send all the papers in both English and Spanish, so whether they're translations or not. So I'll send, but you can communicate with each other. There's no problem. So anyways, thank you so much, Professor. And I guess this is pretty much the end of the symposium. We're going to have a roundtable after that. You're welcome to stick around if you have the time, and we'll meet again in about let's say 1:30 my time. That means I have 1 o'clock 13:10 hours right now. So that's 1:10 right now my time. So we'll meet let's say 20 minutes or 15 or 20 minutes later, and we can meet at the round table. All right, everyone is invited, so I'll see you then. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Thank you.
Profesor Pacheco. ¿Cómo está?
Bien, bien. ¿Me escuchas ahora?
Sí, cómo no, cómo no.
Bien, bien. ¿Y qué tal? ¿Cómo va el Congreso? Va bien, todo, ¿no?
Va bien, ya vamos cerrando.
Ahora
Profesor, dieron
tenemos,
20, ¿sí?
no, que ahora tenemos la mesa redonda, si
Sí,
no es
dentro de
así.
20 minutos. Justo ahora
Ah,
dieron 20 minutos para descansar y dentro de 20 minutos
sí, sí,
empezamos la mesa.
ya lo he escuchado. Mira,
Ah,
aprovecho
bueno,
para hacerte una pregunta.
dígame.
Este término islamicato que aparece, ¿qué es exactamente? Porque nunca he escuchado yo esa palabra.
Sí,
En el
yo
título del
también
Congreso,
tengo, yo también tuve, porque más bien yo lo traduciría como contexto islámico, como tal.
contexto islámico, vale, vale, muy bien,
Sería
muy bien.
la definición. Me
Sí,
parece a mí que
y
sería más acertado en español así.
claro, porque a mí me resultaba muy raro. De hecho, yo creía que era una errata al principio, pero como he visto que se repite en varios sitios, ya he concluido que no, que es que significa eso. Bueno, y
No,
mira,
no, no, no.
otra
Sí,
cosa. Las ponencias se van a publicar, ¿no? Sin
sí,
mal.
ahora mismo estaba pues, explicando el profesor que primero se van a poner en contacto con todos los presentes, con todos los
Sí,
presentes y todos los que dieron conferencia.
sí.
Entonces, es posible que se haga la edición, pero de todos los textos en inglés, para que sea más
Ajá.
factible. Él habló en un principio de que la editorial que va a publicar en inglés tiene una sucursal en España, que podría
Sí,
publicar los textos en español. Pero
ya,
eso, profesor, francamente es un poco, usted sabe cómo es, mejor que yo, por supuesto, la vorágine de corte editorial en España.
sí, sí, eso es
Entonces,
difícil.
es preferible que los textos presentados se traduzcan todos bien al inglés, eso es algo que estamos ya trabajando, y se editen en inglés en esta editorial donde publica también el profesor Chacker.
Ajá.
Es
Ya,
una
ya.
muy
Vale,
buena
vale.
editorial que ha publicado cosas de Cunaví, ha publicado cosas de Al-Ghazali,
Sí.
y entonces me parece que sería más factible así, y bueno, como quiera que sea, es una publicación en otro idioma que también a nivel quizás, a mí me conviene en ese punto,
Sí, a ver,
estoy,
claro.
ya usted es
Sí,
una
sí,
persona que tiene toda una
entiendo.
consideración, pero bueno, nosotros que estamos empezando, nos
Bueno, hombre,
conviene, ¿no?
muy bien, muy bien. Vale, muy bien, pues entonces nos vemos dentro de 20 minutos, ¿no?
Exacto, exacto, profesor. Oiga, me da
Vale.
envidia su biblioteca.
Bueno, bueno, ya
Sana
la
envidia.
ves ahí, ¿no? Bueno, muy bien. Pues muchas
Bueno,
gracias y ahora enseguida estamos otra vez juntos, ¿vale?
perfecto. Un abrazo.
Un saludo, un abrazo.
Profesor,
Hola, ¿qué hay, Amilcar? ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás?
quería hacerle una pregunta.
Adelante, adelante.
Con respecto a este profesor del escritor del Logos Oscuro, de María Zambrano,
Sí,
¿pudo contactar, saber más? Porque yo le escribí, le he escrito varias veces y no he podido, no he recibido respuesta de él.
pero ¿a quién has escrito?
Al profesor, ay, ¿cómo se llama?
Jesús
El,
Moreno Sanz.
ajá, sí, exacto, exacto.
Jesús Moreno Sanz. Bueno,
Moreno
pues,
Santos.
¿y no te ha contestado?
No.
Pues es
Envié
raro, es
varios
raro.
correos. Rarísimo, ¿no?
Sí, sí, pues yo le voy a escribir yo, le voy a decir que tú te has intentado ponerte en contacto con él para ver qué me dice, ¿eh?
Porque me es
Porque
muy necesario. Yo, de hecho, tengo los libros en Cuba, los tengo en
sí, lo
copia,
de él,
fotocopia.
sí.
Pero ahora por X situaciones no puedo ir ahora ya y los textos son muy pertinentes ahora para mi trabajo, muy pertinentes.
Sí, claro.
Entonces, no sé qué hacer.
Pues yo le voy a escribir. Si te digo la verdad, yo hace ya tiempo que no tengo contacto con él, porque él estaba muy fastidiado de la rodilla, ¿eh? Y
Mm.
se operó, no quedó bien. Todo esto además fue en la época del COVID.
Ah,
Y
bueno.
entonces, pero bueno, yo que yo sepa, no le ha pasado nada. Entonces, de todas maneras, yo, como te digo, le voy a escribir un correo, le voy a decir que tú has intentado ponerte en contacto con él y a ver qué me dice, ¿eh?
Se lo agradecería muchísimo, profesor,
Sí,
porque de
sí, no te
verdad,
preocupes.
Hola, José Antonio.
Hola, hola,
Luce por
Luce, ¿qué tal?
aquí.
¿Cómo
Hola.
estás?
Lo
¿Cómo
más bien,
estás?
gracias a Dios. Muy
Bien,
bien, muy bien,
muy
muy
bien.
bien.
Estupendo. Pues nada, vamos a ver cómo acabamos, ¿no?
Seguro. Amílcar, yo también conozco a Jesús, pero hace tiempo que
ajá,
no lo veo. Desde la pandemia yo no lo veo. Me
Sí,
comunicaba con él más frecuentemente. Él estuvo en Puerto Rico investigando la obra de María Zambrano acá, que tú sabes que también fue profesora nuestra de filosofía.
claro, claro. Hombre, muy
Guardamos
importante.
mucha información de ella en el seminario Federico de Onís, pero hace tiempo que no sé de él. Pero
es el
también
tema de los cuatro tomos del logo, el Logos Oscuro, que yo le explicaba al profesor Pacheco. Tengo una copia de los cuatro tomos en Cuba, pero me es imposible ir ahora, pero me son muy necesarios los textos y en internet no hay, no están.
no
Ya,
están.
no
Y
sé.
entonces me quería contactar con él a ver qué posibilidades habría de conseguir el texto, aunque sea en formato PDF, porque me es muy pertinente para un trabajo que estoy realizando con el tema de esto mismo de Martí, Orígenes,
Sí,
Zambrano,
sí.
Te
y
va a ser muy
entonces
Pues,
importante, sí, sí.
obviamente no puedo
pues,
escribir nada si no tengo ese referente teórico que es descomunal
claro.
en toda la información que da.
Eh,
Entonces,
eh,
Claro.
También lo que voy a buscar es su teléfono, que creo que lo tengo, y yo te lo mando por si le quieres, no sé, hablar con él. De todas
está
maneras,
bien,
yo voy a ponerle un correo a ver qué me dice, porque yo también
se lo
hace tiempo.
agradecería muchísimo,
Sí,
muchísimo se
sí,
lo agradecería.
sí, y el teléfono te lo puedo enviar, ¿eh? Yo creo que seguirá siendo el mismo, ¿no? Él luego publicó, yo no sé si tú lo tienes, él publicó aquí en Sevilla una pequeña biografía de María
Sí,
Zambrano. Esa sí la tienes, ¿no?
sí,
Sí,
sí, la tengo.
sí.
Pero el texto de Logo sí abarca, es un estudio
Extraordinario.
muy
Sí,
abarcador, con muchos
sí,
puntos.
sí,
Entonces,
sí.
sobre todo,
Luego tiene otro libro también sobre María Zambrano que se llama es sobre cuatro mujeres, Edith Stein, Simone
sí,
Weil, María Zambrano y una cuarta que ahora mismo no recuerdo cuál era, ¿eh? Bueno, ese no sé si también lo tienes o no, ¿eh?
ese lo he visto, pero no lo tengo, pero lo he visto,
Bien,
está
ya,
en internet. Pero
bien. Pues nada,
igual,
vamos a ver.
es muy pertinente porque trabaja bastante, él tiene mucha cercanía con el Lezama Lima
Sí,
y
claro,
domina
claro.
bastante la obra del Lezama. y me es muy factible
Porque tú ahora mismo ¿qué estás estudiando? ¿A
Yo
Martí?
estoy haciendo acá en Irán, sigo siendo un doctorado y al mismo tiempo estoy trabajando académicamente en Cuba. Tengo ese todavía el lazo, la unión
Sí.
con la Academia Cubana, con
¿Y
su
cuándo,
trabajando
y,
con ella.
y cuándo terminas tu doctorado?
Ya debo terminar posiblemente para entrada del año próximo, entrada del año próximo. Y entonces ya después tendría otro destino. Pero aún tengo esa relación con la Academia Cubana que quiero terminar en buenos términos. Y ahí todavía sigo haciendo otra cosa, trabajando a distancia.
¿Pero vas a vivir en Teherán o en La Habana? No
Ni
sabes.
en uno ni en otro. Ni en uno ni en otro. Son dos polos, son dos tipos un poco complicados, profesora.
Porque
Usted sabe.
estás vinculado a la Universidad de La Habana, ¿no?
Sí, pero más bien estoy trabajando acá en Irán, en el Mustafa,
Sí,
una
sí, pero
universidad internacional.
digamos, académicamente tu
Sí, sí,
vinculación
sí.
en Cuba
Universidad
es
de La
La
Habana.
Habana,
Universidad de La
la
Habana
Universidad
con
de
el
La Habana.
profesor, sí, Carlos Delgado,
Sí, sí. Ajá,
del
muy bien,
Departamento de Filosofía.
muy bien.
Pero es así, es un poco complicado. Pero
Bueno,
bueno, son los referentes que tengo
Una
para los...
pregunta, Amilcar. Ahora que te tengo una pregunta. Yo he estado muchas veces en Teherán y allí tuvimos un simposio de Mullah Sadra.
Así,
Y ese simposio, las actas se estaban publicando en traducción al persa. ¿Ya
sí,
tienes
sí.
idea de este libro o de
Bueno,
estas
yo
traducciones?
en mi poder tengo las actas del año, si mal no recuerdo, año 2000, 2002, 2003.
Por ahí más o menos, sí.
Están editadas en
sí,
inglés,
eso-
Ajá.
están editadas en inglés. Y
yo,
están. Yo la puedo buscar,
eh,
creo que en formato digital puedo buscarla y se la puedo enviar.
Ah, magnífico, y averíguame, porque se estaban traduciendo al farsi. Y entonces me
Sí,
acuerdo
sí,
que,
sí, sí. Es una editorial que justamente una editorial que es la que edita todos los libros de Mulasadra. Los tengo,
ay, pues
eh, esta,
dame por lo menos copia del título o algo, o la portada. Eso te lo voy a agradecer.
esta editorial. La editorial que la dirige justamente Muhammad Khamenei.
Ajá.
Muhammad Khamenei es el hermano del dirigente
Sí,
superior
sí,
de acá.
sí, sí, claro, claro, que yo lo conocía todo en una fiesta, me acuerdo. Y era una fiesta
Tiene
muy
fuerza
bonita.
del trabajo. ¿Entiendes?
Oye,
Edita todas las obras de Mullah Sadra que están editadas así, pero las actas están editadas en negro.
pues no te olvides, por favor, mándame que es una foto
Sí, sí,
porque
sí, como
me
no. Yo en mi
encantaría
poder
tenerlo,
tengo los
porque
dos.
como ya no me pude comunicar y está ahí, un artículo mío está ahí.
Ah, bien, lo voy a buscar, lo voy a
Claro,
buscar,
sí, sí.
lo voy a buscar.
Está en las antiguas actas, ¿verdad? Aquellas actas. Yo me acuerdo que yo usaba el velo, como es natural. Y entonces, para la fiesta, sí, yo siempre en Arabia Saudita, en todos los países que yo voy con velo. Entonces, hay gente que no me conoce sin velo, imagínate. Pero me acuerdo
Ah,
que en Teherán, en la fiesta que nos dieron, los ayatolás, me acuerdo que dijeron, bueno, pueden, en vez del velo negro, pueden usar velo como un poquito más, vamos a decir, de sus países y todo lo demás distinto. Entonces yo me puse toda de blanco, me inventé un velo, todo velo, pero todo un caftán blanco y tal. Ah, yo contenta con mi velo. Y entonces me acuerdo cuando subíamos las escaleras, una chica que, que era de otro país con sus velos, me dice, ay, qué velo tan bonito, ese es el que se usa en Puerto Rico. Y después Jomenei me dijo, usted está vestida de novia, no lo sabe, pero está vestida de novia.
claro que
Pero fue una experiencia
no, pero
preciosa.
eso ha cambiado diametralmente, de
Sí,
verdad. Ahora usted va a Teherán y se encuentra como que si estuviera en Turquía.
sí.
Ha variado. No sé ahora con esta situación de impasse que hay, cómo va a pasar, qué va a pasar.
¿Qué va a pasar?
Pero hace
Es que están
meses sí
sin
había
velo,
bastante.
están usando,
Sí,
no están usando muchas el velo ya.
a raíz del suceso de 2002.
Ya, ya veo. Ok.
Es diametral, diametral, diametral. Yo mismo, yo soy cubano, soy antillano, o sea, para mí,
Sí, sí,
yo me sentía incómodo porque llevo mucho tiempo ya bajo la burbuja y
claro,
yo
claro.
decía, me impactaba, ¿no? Y
Sí,
te
sí,
da la
después
idea que
hace
como
falta el
estás en
velo, después
Dubái,
hace falta. Ujú.
da la idea que estás en Dubái, da la idea que estás en Turquía, pero no en Teherán. O sea, es increíble. Y hasta en Qom, que es la ciudad sagrada,
Hasta en com, Dios
hasta en
santo.
Qom, hasta en Qom. O sea, ha llegado hasta acá. Y ahora no sé ¿Qué va a pasar?
Va a
Ahora
pasar.
no sé.
Mira para allá, así que estás en un momento histórico interesante. Yo he visitado Persia, pero en distintas épocas, así que las conozco todas las épocas que ha tenido.
Ah, bueno. ¿Ha viajado a dos países, no?
Sí,
Ah, perfecto, perfecto. Sí, pues muy lindo también. Eso es increíble. Sí. Tiene una cultura y una belleza increíble este país.
no, no. Y
Porque
Shiraz,
es que, como digo, hay que venir siempre de antropólogo
sí,
y tener
sí,
la paciencia del antropólogo, porque
claro,
hay muchas cosas que son. Y
claro.
mire que nosotros somos bastante abiertos en muchas cosas y en la comprensión, ¿no? En el sentido de comprender, y a veces
Claro,
la lógica
claro.
supera la
Exacto.
lógica.
Además, uno visita los países con un respeto enorme,
Sí, sí,
¿verdad? Un cariño y una admiración a la cultura muy grande.
pero sí, bien, bien, bien. Yo le voy a buscar eso, profesor, de seguro.
Te lo voy a agradecer un millón, Amilcar,
De
para
hecho, yo me puedo hacer de la colección porque tengo una ligera idea, pues esos libros ya no se publican, pero en
sí.
las librerías de segunda mano, según recuerdo, vi la colección completa y tengo amistad con muchos libreros acá de Congo.
Ujú.
Y yo
Mira,
puedo conseguirla, voy a hacer, ya me pongo en contacto con usted a ver si se la puedo enviar a su casa, si es
sería
posible,
divino. Pero si no,
para
aunque
que la
sea,
tenga en formato de...
sería estupendo, pero aunque sea, si no me retratas la
Ok,
portada.
si no sería de esa manera, pero
Sí,
voy a buscarlo. Yo lo
muy
que
bien.
sí sé que en los que yo tengo no tienen, no creo, o sea, tienen un artículo del profesor, si mal no recuerdo, el profesor Segovia, me parece, de
Ah,
Carlos Segovia,
sí.
Carlos
pero,
Segovia, sí, sí.
sí,
Ujú.
pero
Pero
no,
de todas
no,
maneras, tú,
Carlos Segovia estuvo hace mucho tiempo, ¿eh? Carlos
sí, sí,
Segovia estuvo hace ya mucho tiempo. Y había
estuvo,
también Rafael Ramón Guerrero,
sí,
también
sí,
estuvo.
Ramón Guerrero, sí,
Y,
sí. Yo estuve con
no,
él allí en Persia, sí, sí.
y no sé qué otro también español estaría allí, pero estos dos recuerdo que sí,
Pablo
porque
Benito también. Pablo
también
Benito
estuvo,
estuvo conmigo
también
en...
estuvo.
porque yo creo haber visto esas actas de las que habláis, pero en las lenguas originales. Es decir, por ejemplo, la de Rafael Ramón Guerrero está en español. Entonces, no sé si es la misma. Eso lo tenemos en la biblioteca de la Facultad de Filosofía, tenemos esa. ¿Eh? Entonces, supongo que de lo que estáis hablando es de otro
Vienen
congreso.
No,
de...
a ver, yo sé que hay una publicación que ya de gran volumen, que se
Sí,
publicaron
sí,
todos
muy
los
gordo,
artículos,
volúmenes
y
gordos.
hay índices. Se han publicado unos pequeños índices donde aparecen los nombres de las conferencias,
Ah,
que
bien,
son
pues ahí
de la
puede
misma
ser.
editorial, son de la misma editorial de estudios de Sadra. Y yo lo que sí tengo, dos tomos del compendio completo de los artículos y un índice de los artículos de un año determinado, que se
Ya.
hicieron, de hecho, fueron los seminarios que bastante se hicieron, que dejaron de hacerse en un momento determinado. Dejaron de hacerse.
Ya tú lees el farsi bien.
Sí, sí, esto hecho ya mi camino acá.
Qué bien.
Pero, y acá todo lo que leo tengo en ese corte, en ese corte. Pero sí, se lo consigo, se lo consigo. Profesora, ¿en qué está trabajando ahora?
¿Qué estoy trabajando? Pues acabo de sacar algo muy distinto, que es mi correspondencia con Jorge Guillén.
Ah,
Ah, no
mira.
me
Jorge
digas.
Guillén, mi correspondencia de toda la vida con Jorge Guillén. Y libros de espiritualidad, de misticismo. Estoy trabajando en uno de ahora, porque mi especialidad realmente es San Juan de la Cruz.
Sí, sí, sí.
Ese es el centro de mi especialidad, en comparación con el mundo islámico. O
Ahora
San
mismo
Juan.
yo estaba buscando en mi teléfono, estaba buscando el texto suyo que me lo envió el profesor y le di el filtro del teléfono para buscar su documento con su apellido y me apareció una cantidad de PDF suyo, de texto
Sí, son
suyo,
como 40
de San Juan
libros.
de la
Sí.
Cruz, los tengo acá en mi teléfono. Aquí.
Muy
Y en
bien.
Cuba, sí. De hecho, le confieso, yo con una de las cosas que con mi actual esposa, que tuvimos, digamos, el acercamiento al principio fue un libro suyo, porque no
Sí,
tenía, sí, no tenía el libro yo nunca tuve, de hecho, un libro suyo, nunca tuve. Lo leía siempre en la Fundación Española, que hay en La Habana, que ahí estaban todos sus libros.
mira qué bien.
Pero mi esposa tiene, que ahora, bueno, ya este es mío, me lo tomé yo, el Kama Sutra español.
Ave María, sí, sí, se causó furor en España, sí, sí.
Y entonces, de momento, ¿qué tú tienes? ¿Qué tú haces con este libro? Y ella lo compró. Ella es de Artemisa, que es una provincia muy cercana de La Habana, y lo compró
Sí.
un librero.
Mira qué bien.
Entonces, uno nunca sabe los
Hasta La
libros.
Habana llegué. Qué bueno.
Y eso apoyó mucho a la unión nuestra. ¿No?
Me alegro muchísimo lo que es la vida.
El
Pequeño
libro
el mundo.
sentido de unión. Fíjense, increíble, ¿no?
Estupendo, estupendo. Estupendo.
Pero y aquí estamos, y ahora estamos en Irán. Los ciclos.
La vida, la vida, la vida. Pues sí. Pues yo creo que podremos empezar, ¿verdad?
¿Y el profesor dónde está?
Vamos a ver. Porque tengo a mi hermana mala y me voy a tener que ir en algún momento bastante pronto.
Sí, déjeme ver el profesor dónde está. Sí, el profesor está. La historia del
Buenas noches, profesor Pacheco.
Hola, buenas tardes. En Sevilla, buenas tardes.
Queremos dejarle hablar para cerrar el simposio en su nombre y en nombre de su departamento.
Pues
Sí,
sí, dígame. Bien, Amilcar ha salido, ¿no?
Estoy acá. Sí.
Sí, ahora Amilcar.
sí.
Bien, ¿cómo hacemos? ¿Cómo hacemos para hablar cada uno? No sé si tenéis pensado alguna fórmula, algún mecanismo. ¿Eh?
Bueno, habíamos pensado ya dar un cierre, no
Sí,
tan largo, porque ya, de hecho, esa fue la intención desde ayer, lo planificamos así, de hacer algo de cierre, pero que no sea tan extenso para poder dar.
sí.
Entonces,
Bueno,
si
pues
usted lo desea,
empiezo yo.
la palabra, ¿sí?
Bueno, pues a mí, desde luego, en primer lugar, una vez más, ratificar las gracias a los organizadores de este congreso, que me ha parecido interesante, porque siempre que se trata de aunar criterios y de confluir investigaciones e inquietudes, siempre creo que es un tema, siempre creo que es una circunstancia altamente favorable. Más que nada, dada la temática que hemos tratado, ¿no? Aquí, cada uno dentro de su propia investigación, pero creo que no obstante ha habido como un cierto, ¿cómo diría?, una cierta unidad en todas las exposiciones que se han hecho y que me parece que estribaba en intentar siempre una confluencia, una síntesis, una superación de, de posiciones enfrentadas o de posiciones conflictivas. Por lo tanto, a mí me parece que este tipo de eventos tiene el interés no solamente desde un punto de vista académico, donde siempre aprendemos todo, donde siempre nos encontramos con cosas nuevas, sino también de un punto de vista humano, un punto de vista interior y un punto de vista también dentro de la modestia, ¿no? Que esto significa en un punto de vista social, ¿no? Porque, bueno, es una pequeña aportación a una aportación, creo que dialogante en un mundo tan hostil, ¿no? Como es el que estamos viendo. Entonces, bueno, por mi parte nada más. Si queréis alguna pregunta, algún comentario, digo, con respecto a mi intervención, pues estoy dispuesto desde luego a contestaros, ¿no?
Sí, muchas gracias, profesor. Si existe alguna pregunta,
Sí,
bueno, lo que
yo
estamos aquí
tendría una
presentes.
para él.
Venga,
Tendría un
Luce,
comentario.
adelante.
Primero, muchísimas gracias por tu conferencia, que no te la pude comentar en ese momento. Aprendí
Bueno.
muchísimo y te quería preguntar algo muy, muy concreto que tiene que ver con lo que dijiste. Estabas reflexionando sobre estos argentinos filósofos que trabajan el mundo oriental. Pensé yo en Borges, que trabaja mucho el tema de la filosofía islámica, la hikma, falsafa, y en el caso de Hugo Mujica, que también trabaja Heidegger y el mundo oriental.
Sí.
¿Qué te merecerían, qué opinión te merecerían estos autores?
Sí, bueno, de Hugo Mújica no lo conozco tanto, ¿no? He leído algo, pero no lo conozco tanto. De Borges, bueno, de Borges he escrito además alguna que otra cosa, ¿no? Al respecto. A mí me parece que el interés de Borges sobre, digamos, temas que aparentemente puedan parecer exóticos, ese tratamiento que él hace, bueno, de lo oriental, en un sentido muy amplio, tanto musulmán como budista. Sabéis cómo él, pues, los últimos años de su vida quería retirarse a un monasterio zen de Kioto. Lo que pasa es que al final por la enfermedad no pudo, ¿no? De la misma manera que se interesó mucho por autores, diría, occidentales de corte espiritual, como por ejemplo Swedenborg. Es decir, yo creo que todo eso que en un primer momento puede parecer que responde a un interés puramente literario, estilístico, como una especie de algo así como un pretexto para su maravillosa literatura. Yo creo que va mucho más allá. Eso es una convicción que yo le he tenido siempre. Yo creo que efectivamente el tratamiento de todos estos temas, de todos estos autores por Borges, trasciende lo puramente literario. Yo creo que había un interés profundo, un interés interior, había una inquietud existencial y religiosa en Borges que le llevaba a acercarse a su modo, desde luego, ¿no? A este aspecto. Hombre, no he tratado a Borges porque Borges no es un filósofo. Borges, bueno, como bien sabemos, ¿no? Está en otra cosa, está en otro ámbito, pero desde luego eso que tú me planteas efectivamente es así, ¿no? Yo creo que hay un interés, ¿eh? Eso yo creo que él incluso llega a hablar de haber tenido dos experiencias místicas, como nuestro amigo Ricardo Rivera, ¿no? Hizo su tesina magnífica, ¿no? Sobre esta cuestión, ¿eh? Él habla de dos experiencias místicas, lo cual quiere decir que efectivamente, sin
Mira,
ser una obra confesional, sin embargo, sí es una obra, yo diría, religiosa y metafísica.
sí, yo te quiero, mira, te quiero decir sobre esto me importa muchísimo, leer lo que has escrito sobre Borges, lo de Ricardo Molina, porque yo he publicado mucho sobre Borges y las dos experiencias místicas, porque es que yo la hablé 4 veces con Borges, y Borges me
Fíjate.
ratificó en persona. No sé si has visto este trabajo.
Te
lo mando.
Mándamelo, ahora mismo no lo
Yo te lo-
recuerdo. Me suena, todas estas cosas como yo también me suenan, pero ahora mismo no lo recuerdo, ¿cierto?
Ya, pero ahí
Francamente.
yo trabajo sobre el Sahir, que es el Bahir, pero
Sí.
sobre el Islam en la obra de Borges, pero sobre todo, pues doy fe de que yo hablé con él en 4 ocasiones distintas sobre esas dos experiencias místicas, y las cosas que él me dijo fueron muy importantes, porque él me estaba diciendo la verdad, me describía las experiencias, él se las dio a Willis Brownstone en una entrevista, y ahí fue que
Sí,
yo
sí,
dije,
esa sí la conozco. Sí.
claro, como Arturo era borgista, como tú sabes, mi marido, pues entonces conocí muy bien a Borges, venía aquí a casa y tal. Y entonces yo aproveché y le dije, Borges, ¿usted quiere hablar conmigo de estas experiencias? Y yo decía, soy una atrevida, pero estábamos solos. Y me dice, ¿cómo no? Hablamos. Mira, eso te lo tengo que contar ya en persona porque es muy especial, pero lo he publicado, así que te voy a mandar.
Bueno, claro, mándamelo.
Prométeme la persona que ha escrito sobre estas experiencias místicas, ¿cómo se llama?
Y bueno, Ricardo, nuestro amigo, nuestro alumno mutuo, Ricardo.
Emilio Ricardo, ese es mi alumno,
Emilio, perdona,
claro.
Emilio Ricardo,
Por Dios,
claro.
claro,
Él
se lo
hizo,
súper
vamos, que lo tiene publicado.
claro.
Su tesina, que luego la publicó, y él sí.
No, seguro.
Sí, claro.
Nuestro mutuo
Sí,
alumno. Pues magnífico, pero te mando este testimonio de Borges, ¿verdad?
sí,
Que fue lo que me dijo.
claro.
Muy bien.
Sí,
Y me
profesora,
manda- sí.
una pregunta. Tengo entendido que en la última etapa de Borges, ya de su vida, él y su esposa María querían estudiar árabe. ¿Eso es cierto?
No, Borges, no, es muy previo. Borges empezó a estudiar el árabe desde que era muy jovencito en Buenos
Ah,
Aires. Y él daba conferencias de sufismo en Buenos Aires, así de mucho le importaba. Entonces, cada vez que él me veía, te vas a reír, él me decía, dígame en árabe las mil y una noches, al laila wa laila, y él se ponía en sueño que tú no te puedes imaginar. Así que me asociaba siempre a lo árabe. Y me contó María Kodama que cuando Borges moría en Suiza, él hizo traer a un maestro egipcio para repasar el árabe. No es que lo hubiera aprendido bien ni nada, pero tenía unas nociones mínimas. Entonces, ¿sabes lo que hacía María? En la palma de la mano, le escribía las letras del alifato, porque él ya no las podía ver, para que sintiera la forma de la letra en el alifato. Así que él murió repasando el árabe, es muy bonito.
Excelente.
Eso sabía un millón. Sabía un millón.
Excelente, excelente. Profesor, no sé si hay alguna pregunta presente de los presentes.
Bueno, no, la verdad que no, simplemente nada, que ha sido muy grato estos días, aunque estemos en la lejanía, ¿no? Pero en fin, la relación esta que hemos tenido. Esperemos que continúe.
Muchas gracias, profesor. Contar con la presencia. Ahora quisiera...
Ladies and gentlemen, I think some of the people present have other engagements. So I wonder if would you be willing to start now, roundtable, or you want to continue in this way, and then we can slowly move into. I don't understand a word, so you may have a very interesting discussion. So if I don't want to, stop it if there's something, some dynamic going on, but. What about just setting ourselves just a limit, because we don't want to tire everyone. So Amilcar, what could you please give me an indication where to go, because we could just start right now. Amilcar.
No le escucha. Ahora.
Professor, it's up to you whether you want consulting with the audience, if anyone have the question or they want to speak free, yes. Anything about the symposium, ideas.
Yes, well, the best way is to...
Yes, yeah. We can start with the Professor Luce.
Yeah. All right. Since I have to leave
English,
I'll switch to English now. Since I have to leave very soon because my sister is ill, so I just want to thank you very much to all of you, to the organizers, because I have learned immensely from the symposium. So many lectures, yet a common ground in all of them. So I just want to thank you. I'm looking forward to the publication in both languages, inshallah. So thank you so very much, Dr. Shaker, and Amilcar, thank you very much to you too. It was wonderful, a wonderful experience.
We learned so much from you, Luce, and it was a real pleasure exchanging views with you. I'm sure I'm speaking for the audience too. And I don't know if you intend to leave right away, or you want to stick on for a few minutes. It's up to you.
In 5 minutes, I have to leave, so I'm going to say goodbye to everyone. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, Lucy. Keep in touch.
Bien, yes, gracias a todos y adiós.
Gracias.
Nos vemos. Adiós, Lucy. Hasta otra. Amilcar, Antonio.
Gracias, profesor.
Otra. Adiós.
Hasta luego.
Adiós, profesor.
All right. Well, I think probably the best way is we can have a loose discussion. There's no sense in structuring anything. I just wanted to say that after listening to all those fine lectures and discussions that followed, and considering the research that went behind the papers presented, I feel we have we have good reason to be optimistic about the prospects of scholarly dialogue and exchange between our two continents. There's definitely interest. But let me remind you, if I may, that we now live in a multipolar world of cultures, one pretty much shaping up to be, I suppose, post-Western. So the time has really come, in my opinion, to think about doing our part to pave the new ground and to teach the young people we teach in our classrooms some better ways to approach our collective human heritage, our inheritance. So I know very well that we, all of us present here, are not an especially large group. The audience was pretty small, but it's all going up to on YouTube anyways, so nothing is lost here. Well, I'm sure quite a number of people will be viewing the conference all 3 days, I hope. So there are obvious limits to what we can do as individuals, but it's not always good to think. I believe in terms of numbers and quantities. Professor Cruz and I would like very much to listen to any thoughts you may want to express, on the topics that were raised in the symposium. So if there's anything concerning the contents, please raise something, some unsaid thought or some thought that wasn't finished that you wanted to say, or some point raised by the audience. Please feel free to. I don't know. I'll just wait a few seconds, see if anybody wants to intervene. I don't want to keep talking on my own. Well, there's nothing really that comes to mind concerning the contents of the lectures, but I wonder if it's possible to assess the. There are studies in different countries, in Islamic studies, Latin American studies, and so on, Native American studies. That was an important element in the symposium. So is it possible to assess the kind of how these subjects have been studied and the development of exchanges between different scholars around the world? I mean, all of you have networks of colleagues and friends and so on. So exchanges between philosophers of Latin America and Islamic world, the Spanish world. I'm sure exchanges are occurring, more or less frequently. So if you can just give us your thoughts about this, so we can Amilcar and myself, maybe we can think about different projects and so on. But I think it would be beneficial to you too. So please feel free to speak your mind.
Yes, I think this is very important. Today we have this opportunity with Zoom or with internet to have this discussion. So, for example, before 2 weeks, we organized a conference about Ibn Khaldun, and it was the first time that people came to speak about Ibn Khaldun in Brazil or in Pakistan or in the other areas that usually, because, for example, here in Tunisia, usually we have this discussion with European scholars, more and less with from people in the United States. But now I think we should have this discussion between many areas, and especially I believe in South-South also. Okay, we have a lot of North-South discussion, but now I think we need this, and and it's our obligation also to give this another point of view from the South about Islamic studies in general.
Great. Anybody else? Please, I think there was a very positive atmosphere despite our impeccable clockwork running of our affairs at the beginning. But I think it's encouraging to see where we can. I mean, you're all involved in your own fields, and we need to. I mean, we can draw encouragement from all these discussions. So, if anybody else has anything to say, I'd love to hear it, and we can pick up. One thing that came to mind, Professor Chachia, the matter of. I mean, I know Ibn Khaldun is being studied pretty extensively, I think, in the Maghreb. in different countries. And I even have books that were published there, books in French or English. And what's the state of, I mean, everything sort of, even in Turkey, we have a university, Ibn Khaldun University and so on. So he's very popular. Of course, he's a historian and considered the founder of the social sciences and the study of civilization and so on, which is, always thought to be these two fields are, especially social sciences, are considered, a modern novelty, but actually the roots go much further, like most of the sciences that we take for granted. So, but he's a historian also, and sometimes I wonder how he's sort of his theories are very interesting, that they provide a certain framework for the study of history, and therefore the relations between different cultures and so on, because his view is quite extensive, although I think he concentrated on the Islamic world. But I wonder, and also he was used by contemporary scholars. His ideas were infused in theories, and they drew inspirations, but more than inspiration, I think they used his ideas of asabiyya, for example, solidarity, group solidarity, and so on. So, but as a historian, can he provide some framework, for scholars, not the man on the street, but for scholars to sort of understand themselves and each other, which sort of fits within the philosophical view of Ibn Arabi, but more scientifically, can it provide some sort of framework, some language of exchange between the scholars today?
Yeah, I think yes, of course, especially that. So, for example, here in Tunisia, they used Ibn Khaldun theory to understand. I think, and I believe that Ibn Khaldun theory, especially about the decrease or the fall of states. So in Tunisia, we used the Tunisian scholars or historians. They used Ibn Khaldun to explain what happened in the decline of the Husseinid or the Turkish state in Tunisia. And now we go back to Ibn Khaldun, because here we are living in crisis situation, and I think in all the world. So they used the the story of the theory of Ibn Khaldun to try to understand what's happening now especially in all the region and in Tunisia, but also Ibn Khaldun now it's the theory and the personality of Ibn Khaldun. It's more like a representation of these figures in Tunisia. So we have a huge state of Ibn Khaldun in Tunisian most big street. The people came from Pakistan to speak also about the use of Ibn Khaldun in Pakistan as figures of Nahda in 19th century, or even in Brazil. They thought they are started to see the theories of Ibn Khaldun. Really, yes, it's a lot of studies about Ibn Khaldun, but I don't think that we understand very well Ibn Khaldun. And the most important thing now is, I think, the representation of the legacy of Ibn Khaldun. And Ibn Khaldun still an enigma now, because really we don't know from where come these ideas to this Tunisian or Tunisian historians in late 13th, the beginning of 14th century, and why we have just Ibn Khaldun and we don't have after Ibn Khaldun. There are not like continuity of this rationality theory thought in the Maghreb or Islamic world? All this is a question that as I read, I don't have any answers for this question.
Yes, well, the more I read, I've been reading Ibn Khaldun, the more I discover from him. I mean, there's much more to him than what's floated around in academic courses and so on. But in fact, it's really amazing how he managed to survive even among scholars who are very much removed from the history of ideas and so on. I remember a study sponsored by NASA of all places, where two or three authors were studying the patterns of history, and they misinterpreted Ibn Khaldun completely, and they attributed the cyclical view of history and so on. It's just it's very, very simplistic. But I was pretty amazed that and I see traces of him here and there, Ibn Khaldun. I don't know if in Tunisia or other neighboring countries they're managing to study Ibn Khaldun, or actually study history with the help of Ibn Khaldun and his theories. I don't know if you're up to date with this.
Yes, sure. There are few scholars that are specialized in Ibn Khaldun's theory. They try to explain more, but to use the theory of Ibn Khaldun today to analyze the situation, it's something I don't think. But in this, I know very well. In 19th century, I think all the Tunisian historians or chroniclers, they used Ibn Khaldun theory of the circle of the states to explain the situation in Tunisia. But what we can see, for example, in the network in Facebook, they used Ibn Khaldun theory every day to explain what's happening. I think this in all the Arabic world, and there are a lot of citation that they said that Ibn Khaldun said, but most of them it's not Ibn Khaldun said by Ibn Khaldun. So, but now in this imagination, if they said Ibn Khaldun, it's correct. So we should not discuss this.
Yeah. Well, Jim, I've been meaning to ask you this for for quite some time. In your studies of native peoples' civilizations or cultures or philosophies in particular, have you encountered, I know that these philosophies or Nahwa in any case is focused on, if we can call it, the now and the present and dynamics of life and so on. But have you noticed anything regarding, for example, other cultures, how to approach other cultures, other even neighboring peoples, around relations, how they fit into the cosmos? Otherwise, we're sort of stuck with a self-centered kind of philosophy. It was just always talking about how we fit into the cosmos. But have you encountered an outward perspective on other people's neighboring countries, or even beyond that, people that they don't know, that they imagine?
Yeah, I'm not sure I buy that characterization. I'm going to use the term loosely here. It strikes me as an Abrahamic characterization.
Yeah, that's fine, Jim. Just interpret it the way you want.
Philosophies. I mean, the tradition out of which you're coming thing, I mean, it's basically, I mean, it's nominally theocentric, but it's all about humans. And for indigenous people, it's not all about humans. It's about the world.
but it's not a transcendent world. It's the world all around us. I'm not sure I buy the characterization of as presentist. They're concerned with tomorrow, with keeping the world going every day. Today, the actions are concerned about keeping the world going for tomorrow. So I don't think they're in some little bubble of only thinking of themselves in the here and now. But I think that's shared throughout the Americas, and I think it's shared throughout indigenous oceanic philosophies. There's just not this concern with salvation, no concern with the transcendent, or there's this whole metaphysics they just don't buy. And actually, they would argue that, those sort of salvific transcendental religions are the ones that are fundamentally alienated. You're alienated from the world around you. Your relationship with the world around you is mediated by something transcendent. They're in and of the world. At least Christians talk about being in the world, but not of the world. They think they're in and of the world, so there's nowhere else to go. And there's no reason to make the present in this world and people here in this world sort of means to some greater transcendent or salvific end. So yeah, I see that all over the place. Like I say, Middle America, North America, South America. And it is, yeah. So.
But beyond the, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just had to jump in because I've been thinking about that since yesterday. Because I was fascinated, and it made me, by James' presentation, and it made me think about, a different perspective from where we can see different cultures and philosophies other than the Abrahamic ones, which, if you want or not, we in our minds we compare our own understanding of life, towards in contrast to other people. And I think James mentioned that the path for the Aztec culture is the path of action, the now, how to keep life going, which is understandable. And what is the concern for the Abrahamic traditions, or for the Islamic philosophers per se, for example, is the hereafter, or what's next, or where we came from, and so on and so forth. So they are seeking truth, whatever that truth is, or whatever that truth means. And it made me think about, do we really do that in our philosophy, Islamic philosophy, or in Sufism? And what struck me is that, for example, you said, Dr. Shaker, that Islam is a religion of action. So we have to pray and fast and so on and so forth.
Practice.
Practice, exactly. Which is very true, But in the heart of every practice, there is a very important spiritual secret that we have to act upon. So this practice has a very solid, important base, that if you lose this base, whatever you're doing is just robotic actions that lost its meaning and does not have any effect on the heart. So it all comes down to whatever we're doing, it has to have a very sincere effect on our hearts. For that reason, the Prophet ﷺ says that your prayers are not count as prayers unless you actually understand what you're doing. So it's not robotic. So are we seekers of truth, or are we people of actions or practices? I think we're both. I think we should be both. I think it's complementary to each other. So I think it's not 100% true to say that Islam is all about spirituality or Islam is all about practice, because Islam is simply of both. If we're taking out of the formula one part, just the formula falls apart. It does not reach the truth that we want. So I think because it bothered me that, are we people of truth or actions? I think we're
no, but there's no.
You can be both.
No,
you can be both. They're not incompatible, but you don't.
I know they are not exactly. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Right. You can be
you know,
both,
Anaya,
but you
yeah,
can be
sorry.
one, or you can also be the other. But a lot of folks will think, well, so yeah, I have, that's all sounds good to me. Your
What
action is based upon your truths.
what I meant, Omnia, when I said that, I didn't mean that it was practiced in a general sense. I meant that that Islam, we were talking about dogmas in Catholicism, for example. They're very detailed, they're very metaphysical, but they are articles of faith. You have to believe them, or otherwise you don't belong. In Islam, it's different because we have there's a set of articles of belief. That God is one, Muhammad is his prophet, and so on. Very simple and general articles of belief. Apart from that, religion in Islam and in Sufism too, considered the outward, the exterior side of the human being, in the sense that and that includes rituals, prayer, almsgiving, giving to the poor, and so on. These are all duties of Muslims, but they are exterior, and that's why it's oriented. The religion, what they call religion here, what people call religion here, is actually a practical activity, which includes ritual, salat 5 times a day, etc. This is what I meant by practice, not just the Muslim is encouraged to be just practical and just forget about spirit, or the opposite, lose himself in a transcendental, loss. That also was dismissed even by the most philosophical of philosophers, like Zakaria, Ibn Zakaria Razi, his physician. He's all constantly accused of being an atheist or agnostic, but actually he was not at all. He was just saying if you lose yourself in Platonic forms, you've lost contact with reality, So that's what I meant. I mean, when religion becomes focused on ideas, then it loses completely its purpose. It becomes either nonsensical, or it strays in this way, and it incites fanaticism and so on. Ideas are dangerous in that sense, and so that's what I meant. I think Islam is very practical oriented in this way, and it reflects on the civilization too. It created most of the sciences that we take for granted today. I mean, you can criticize science all you want, that's fine. But I think every civilization, we discussed this before, every civilization had some degree of knowledge of the natural world and so on. So I don't know if you want to. I had some other things that I wanted to mention, but if you want to respond before that, that's fine.
Yeah, I mean, not exactly. We might be talking past one another. Yeah, I mean, I think the native views that I know of are heavily praxis oriented, and they would emphasize orthopraxy, not orthodoxy. So I think Islam and native views are on the same page that way. And I mean, when the Spaniards show up to Mexico, the Franciscans show up, they're knocked over by how religious the people are, that every aspect of their life is defined by religious action. And they're in fact envious. They wish Europeans were as religious as the native peoples of the New World. There was just this problem that the native peoples of the New World got tricked by the devil. And so all that devotion and good praxis were sort of misdirected towards the devil rather than towards Jesus. So they saw their job as trying to sort of substitute Jesus, preserve all that ritual devotion, that praxis that defined their lives, but oriented towards Jesus and away from the devil. So I don't think we've got a problem. I mean, I don't think we had any disagreement there. I don't think there's as much theology going on as there is in Islam. Theoretical speculation. There's got to be something different going on take, well, two things. One, I see them as pantheists, and I bet Muslims don't consider themselves to be pantheists. They would regard that as some sort of a fundamental error. And by the same token, native peoples would see this positing of some, transcendent being as a fundamental error. And what was the second point? So, I mean, what's the purpose? What's the point of all their activities? Is keeping the world going. And that's not exactly presentist. I mean, they're not Epicureans, let's live and drink and be merry for tomorrow we die. They're not like that. They're very concerned that the world's falling apart. They have a very keen sense of entropy, that world order and balance and arrangement have to be maintained constantly. So they're always doing that weaving, always balancing things, always doing this. And that's what we're calling religion. I mean, I don't know what we're meaning by it because, the Latin means to reconnect, as I recall. There's some fundamental alienation that happened. For them, no fundamental alienation ever happened. So that story doesn't jive with them. If so, in a sense, they don't have religion. If by religion we mean this sort of religio, reconnecting with, Adam and Eve, we've been thrown out of the Garden of Eden, and now we need to sort of reconnect. We're alienated, we're lost from God. They don't see that. These powerful beings are all around them. They're part of it. They can mess it up or they cannot mess it up. There's no notion, as I mentioned, of good or evil. There's no notion of sin. There's notion of, bad behavior and morally good behavior. But so, I mean, so those are 2 points. One is the pantheism, I think, is a fundamental difference here. And if we want to tease that out, that would be fun to see how the consequences of that difference, how those play out in terms of Islam versus, say, Nahua or Aztec. The second one is the absence of religion. And then the question is, what is the purpose of all of this praxis for Muslims? What's the point? Why are you doing all of that? What are you hoping for to get out of it?
Well, actually, the same term religio in Latin is also corresponds to. It's not culturally the same. At least it doesn't have the same cultural context. But deen from dana, and it's also a binding. But I'm sure that the Nahua had a sense of community because dana actually means or implies first of all being bound to God in the not as one is bound to a Lord nor a mortal being, but as a liberating act, but bound also to each other as a community. So I mean, the Nahua must have had a sense of community, and what bound them exactly if it wasn't certain beliefs or a set of beliefs about things. So can you? I mean, I'm not clear about what actually bound them besides rituals and the activities that they're familiar with.
I think that's all that binds them are their activities.
Are you sure about
you
this?
Create
or is
community
it just that we don't
through
have
your
evidence for it?
Pardon?
I'm sorry. Are we sure about this, or is it just that we don't have that much evidence about what they thought bound them? No, I'm not. It's just that it's always a series. It's always in the back of my mind. This question, evidence.
What kind of binding do you need? What binds people together are their interactions with one another. Community is created through those practical actions, the exchange of. For them, the exchange of life energy, right? That and the reciprocal exchange of life energy, what they call chicohualitzli, those bind us together. And if you don't act in that way, then there is no community. So what binds people together is the fact that you're interdependent in some sense, that how you behave as consequences for me, how I behave as consequences for you. The social balancing of society is essential to the balancing of the cosmos because they're cut from the same cloth. But it's not limited to human beings, which, by the way, probably may be another significant difference, I don't know, between Islam and say Aztecs, is that Islam tends to, well, here I don't know, but at least Christianity tends to be anthropocentric. It's all about human beings and human beings' relationship with God, but the environment, there's very little concern other than a custodial relationship of taking care of it, not polluting this gift God gave us. For the Mexica, right, the community is not just a human community, it's a community with trees, with animals, with lakes, with mountains, with clouds, with sun, with moon. It's a very, very broad, non-anthropocentric community. And the ethics, therefore, is non-anthropocentric because I have moral relationships with mountains and trees and animals and cooking pots in the same way that I have moral relationships with other humans.
Yeah. No, I can relate to that, and I wanted to get back to you on precisely on that point that the world they live in is not just doesn't consist of humans only, and but the centrality of the human being in Islam actually is because it is he's this speaker and is spoken to when a person thinks. Of course, he views the world through his eyes, and the key thing is not to pretend that our personal views become sort of the truth and so on. But aside from that, for example, the sense of community. You say, okay, this is how they lived in this way, and this is what gave them community. But if you look at the internet, there are, when this thing with communities began a few years ago, I mean, people felt that they were part of a community, but it was sort of abstract and there's no sense of territory. Obviously, so territory must have something to do with the sense of community besides language and rituals and practical. So I'm just wondering should we just leave it up in the air like this, that they just live their community rather than thought about their sense of community?
I'm not sure that's leaving it up in the air. That seems to be your problem.
Yeah, I guess
not theirs. You're looking for something more, and I think what you're looking for
sociologist,
is what Richard Rorty would say, that metaphysical impulse, or what Dewey would say. You're looking for some founding. That's coming out of Greece and the Abrahamic tradition. And these folks are clearly outside of that tradition. They're not looking for they don't have that metaphysical impulse, like I've got to put a foundation on this in order to make this a community. So you're falling back on your theology and upon a particular metaphysics, right? And so you see them as just sort of like blowing in the wind, groundless, unanchored, because they don't have the metaphysical anchoring that you think a community has to have, coming out of however you want to characterize your philosophical tradition. It's to the extent it's influenced by Plato and Aristotle or Islamic philosophy.
No, but forget about Plato and all this, without even having to compare. I mean, we know that native Indians also resisted foreign encroachment. The Apaches, which were, not the original tribes themselves, they were sort of transformed through this whole process of colonization and influence and so on. But the native peoples, many different languages, and they resisted. So they must have had some sense of community once they were face to face with this. I don't know if this resembles anything that took place in South America and the more elaborate civilizations that developed there. Because that's what keeps telling me
I don't know,
they
a
must
sense
have
of
had
community.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's kinship and
Yeah,
kinship
right.
that is maintained. I mean, kinship that is maintained through reciprocal gifting. And so people come in and start slaughtering your people, you're going to resist that if they, yeah, I don't, once I'm not sure what you're looking for. In order to resist somebody coming in and slaughtering my people, I need some transcendent foundation.
No, forget about that. Forget about all
unity.
that.
Okay.
Forget about transcendence and everything, you know, that that existed in the old world. I'm just trying to get a sense of what the community. I'm not even trying to impose anything. I'm just trying. You know, I was educated in a certain way, and I have certain ideas, but I'm trying to get rid of those as I try to understand what you're trying to say.
Some native people did not oppose the Spaniards. They were happy to work with them, right? I mean, the Spaniards would not have conquered Tenochtitlan had it not been for the hundreds of thousands of native warriors who fought by their side, right?
Yeah.
You know, that hardy band of white guys did not conquer the Aztecs by themselves. There were hundreds of thousands, in particular, the most notorious, the Tlaxcaltecans, the people from Tlaxcala, because the Mexica were, I dare say, well, nearly universally despised. People did not like them. So when Cortez shows up and he says, you know, I'm going to help you overthrow them, they were quite happy.
Right.
And there were very little Spaniards, like 800 or 600 in the Cortes.
Very few.
Right.
Very, very few. They could not have done it, quite literally, without hundreds of thousands of warriors. So, well, yeah, I don't know where you want to go now. You want to go back? The difference between pantheism, what strikes, coming out of an Islamic philosophical tradition, what strikes you as wrong about pantheism? I mean, the Catholic Church will say it's tree worship, but what do you see is, what's the error there? What mistake are they making at being pantheists?
I'm not drawing any moral judgment. In fact,
I know you're not, but I mean,
generally, yeah, right.
From an Islamic philosophical point of view, I mean, I'm just trying to tease out the differences here.
Right.
What are pantheists failing to understand?
Well, in Ibn Arabi, for example, he would say that there is no sense in vilifying a pantheist or an idolater just for his or her belief. That's what he would say. Just take the person as is. If there's a point of disagreement, try to talk, communicate, understand from. Also, that's central to his thinking. Try to look at things from the other person's point of view. And that's what Ibn Arabi was, his thoughts infiltrated everywhere, including the elites, especially.
But he never became a pantheist. Why not?
Well, people call him a pantheist. Modern scholars, they say, well, Ibn Arabi is a pantheist, but I don't see any pantheism in him anyways. But there may be, other cultures which have, in India, Indian subcontinent, for example, there's some form of what we might call pantheism, in a sense
they're
that
all over the place.
Yeah, exactly.
But why isn't Islam a form of pantheism? What does pantheism fail to understand according to Islam?
Well, in my understanding, it's because there is no, there's a dilemma of trying to explain the world and having to explain it, would you explain it as coming out of nowhere, ex nihilo, and yet you, or the opposite, that everything is divine. And so nothing really, or a single being, supreme being, dominates everything. So you end up with a world that really makes no sense. So they're not pantheists, but yet Islamic. We're talking about Islamic philosophy and learning tradition, but there's a very strong sense that the God manifests themselves in multiple ways, in countless ways, but all these things are manifestations of Him, and so when you try to look at the creature itself, the created being, well, this creature, the more you search for what this creature is, the less you find. There's nothing. All you end up with is a bundle of chemicals, and even those disappear eventually, because there's a sense that nothing quite exists without the creator, who manifests himself as a creator, but remains hidden behind all this, even as a manifestation in the form of a creator. So that's I'm trying to summarize 1400 years of philosophy. That's basically it. Whether you talk about Sufism or philosophy, that's basically what they're trying to say in different ways, in different languages. So I don't know if this corresponds to anything, but I don't think there's an idea of a deity. Anyways, one deity, one God, one supreme being in native civilizations. There's nothing like that.
Anthony, Tony,
yes, please.
This is Randall Paul. Hi, Tony. It's been a long time.
Hey, Randall Paul. Hi.
I just got back from a dialogue in Iran, and I work on a foundation that works on the kind of questions that James just pushed us to go to the edge. I work at the contestational edge to try to get clarity. And in my work with, it was a particularly Christian dialogue, was simply brought to everyone's attention that God has no partners, says the Quran. God effectively is not any material being. He's not of this world. He created it, but he's not of it. And so in the traditional philosophical sense, there's a via negativa in the Islamic philosophy. If you say you've named God, you know one thing right. You have not named God. You've named a metaphor for God. You've named a name that is not God, but describes God from a human point of view. And there are hundreds of those names, but none of them are metaphysically.
Is it Avicenna who then goes for the philosophy of not, that you can't say what is not either?
Yes. I mean, there are schools of interpretation, of course, and they called ijtihad, that were very, very vibrant in the 3rd century after Muhammad. And then it became very clear that if we as Muslims allowed ijtihad to go wild, there'd be no orthodoxy. And there was a massive backlash that has continued to this very day. But that tends to be a question of authority and social clarity among the Ummah, among the Islam. But I don't know of anybody who would disagree with the idea that God, as it says in the Quran, has no partners. He has no sons, no daughters, no Trinity, because he's not of this. He's outside of creation. God is outside of creation. Therefore, pantheism would be a very difficult thing for an Islamic philosopher of any stripe to affirm metaphysically. He might understand God influences everything in the world and created everything, but there's no identity like a pantheist would have between God. So I'll keep my mouth shut, but I had to.
No, that's right. So he is not of this world. And so the pantheists are saying that's all there is, this world, and he is of this world.
They are of this world.
Who's the they?
Whatever the gods are. There's
Well,
no
if
a
in
lot
fact
of
they're, yeah,
right.
pantheists need not be polytheists.
They well, I could go into it. Yeah, let's put it this way. Since I'm not a scholar of native and animistic religions, I will shut up. But I will say this from a theological standpoint. Even what we call Vedic or Hindu thought had a notion that Brahma was not, you couldn't say anything about Brahma. It was this thing outside. If not outside, it was so far from any particular creation that it was not like Krishna. It was not like even Vishnu. These were more particular aspects of this massive, undescribable whole reality. So,
well, these folks haven't gone that way, have they? No, I mean,
that's what I'm trying to get at. I'm asking you a question.
No,
I'm asking you this question.
Hindu
They go to do most the people you're studying in Central America have the idea of an overarching, fixed, largest order forming thing, or is it?
I don't think it's overarching. There's nothing top down. That's sort of a biblical. That comes from you all. That God's on top, imposing order upon chaos. They don't have that way of thinking.
Is it more like Dharma then, that it's just part of everything, that the order is part of it, or is there any order?
It's wholly immanent. It emerges.
And can go away then?
The order can, dissolve. Of course it can.
Got it. That's why you were talking about the ritual keeping the act together.
Well, yeah, what we're calling rituals or festivals are devoted to keeping the thing going.
Yeah, that's very interesting. I just realized
nobody there guaranteeing it's going to go.
Yeah, that's
so they're responsible for keeping the world going.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, as to Tony's question, do they talk about creation out of nothing, or do they talk, they don't talk about the beginning of things?
Nope, it doesn't make any sense, does it?
Creation it doesn't make sense in Islamic philosophy either. So
doesn't make any sense.
Right. No, I happen to be LDS, and they're heretical Christians. They'd also believe in a non-creation God who's an organizer of stuff that's always existed. But that's another story.
Yeah.
To answer,
there's no gods here doing any organizing.
Right.
Thanks, Randall. But to answer Jim, I mean the emergence, constant emergence. Actually, it's pretty close to what I understand of. But what was I gonna say? Actually, Islamic philosophy and Sufism are the closest thing to atheism. Yeah, it comes really close to atheism. What we, denial of God and so on, because the highest that you can go is to deny that God is this or that, and there's no way that you can reach whatever you're trying to explain. And this sort of reflects on how we live today. We cannot really understand the true meaning or truth of anything without slowly approaching it and approaching. There's a constant approach in any case. So I don't want to put labels on Islam, of course, but it's the closest thing to what most people think of atheism. Not atheism in denying that there is a deity or anything like that, denying that you can ever actually be God. in the sense that you know what God is and how God knows himself, how God knows the rest of the world. You can never do that. You can never understand.
Right.
But yet he manifests himself. Something is manifested because we see it with our own eyes. So that's we're always working, from behind the veil, trying to reach behind the veil, but we can never do that. There's always one more veil, that's
That's true. I think Christianity, if you look closely at it, has an ultimate idea of theosis, where human beings become divine in some sense. And that is very much not the Islamic telos.
I believe Professor Hussein Marai wanted to say something. I don't know if you want. We can't hear you.
Yeah. Hi, Assad. How are you?
Fine, thanks.
Well, let me bring you down to reality is a little bit.
Yeah, as Jim has been doing all this time.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I congratulate the organizers of this conference, in particular, Dr. Shakir, a longtime friend and colleague, and I appreciate the intervention of distinguished scholars contributing to the richness of the subject of Sufism and Islamic philosophy. Unfortunately, due to other preoccupations, I was unable to contribute to this conference. But I promise you to be with you at the next conference. Now, regarding Islam, I'm more concerned about rereading and rewriting Islamic history, which is full of inconsistencies and misinformative narratives. As you will know, history is not only about reciting stories, but more importantly, it's about socio-political analysis of the events that mark a turning point in Islamic history. To those academics who put the wolf and the sheep on the same level of analysis under the guise of objectivity, I say objectivity is not neutrality, but it is taking the side of the oppressed against the oppressor. This is how I understand objectivity. Now, this conference is taking place at a time when brothers and sisters in Palestine are facing a vicious onslaught by American, European, and Zionist powers, aiming at exterminating resistance to Western Zionist world hegemony, which resulted in a genocide in Gaza. Despite centuries of stealing and plundering the natural and human resources and the finances of poor countries of the world, Western colonialism has managed to mutate in different forms, from hawkish to dovish forms of occupation, or what we call occupation by local proxies, or what we call now a neo-colonial strategy. However, the most detrimental and far-reaching form of Western colonialism is that of cultural and intellectual invasion of the world, of rewriting human history to fit its Western narratives. In fact, Muslims and Islam have suffered the most from this cultural invasion, which aimed at emptying Islam of its essential message and turning it into mere rituals. Furthermore, the cultural invasion of Muslim world has fueled hostilities between different mazahibs. It also promoted all forms of social and sexual deviance among Muslim youth to weaken their attachment to Islam. After the fall of the Ottoman Empire, Western powers saved no efforts in dismantling Islamic thought by encouraging and assisting Muslim forces of darkness to permeate all aspects of Islamic thought and philosophy, which led not only to the ossification and mummification of Islamic thought, but made it a sacrilege to critique of hadith and historical narratives, thereby elevating hadith to the level of sanctity of the Quran. Again, I thank you very much for allowing me to make a little bit intervention, but I promise you next year, hopefully we'll see you again. Thank you very much for this rich, which brought in a lot of concepts about Sufism, which I'm not really well equipped for, and especially Islamic philosophy. So again, thank you very much, and congratulations for the success of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Professor Cruz, I don't know if you'd like to say anything. Maybe Senora Karen can translate, or.
Sí, sí, bueno, tenemos acá algunos participantes de área española, entonces quisiera dirigir unas palabras finales en nombre de este proyecto que tuvo la intención siempre de aunar las dos lenguas, la lengua inglesa y el español, como un punto de... Quisiera agradecer la participación de todos. Creo que se cumplió con el parámetro de hacer un simposio que lograra unir varios investigadores, como decía anteriormente, de diferentes idiomas. Primó, por supuesto, el idioma inglés y español, pero también estuvo el idioma persa. Y los temas que nos unieron a todos fue este punto común de la filosofía, la tradición filosófica tanto en el contexto islámico como la tradición filosófica en el contexto latinoamericano. Y por ello quisiera agradecerles a todos y sin más, esperar vernos otro año.
We appreciate the participation of all professors and guests at this symposium, with which we have managed to bring together several research from different languages in English, Farsi, Spanish, a topic common to all, Islamic and Latin American philosophical thought. For this, for all your present, thanks you very much to all.
Take it.
So with this, folks, we'll end. Anybody with some afterthoughts, any further thoughts, feel free now, because we're gonna end the symposium right, in a few minutes. Feel free. We just formally closed it, but feel free, just anything you want to say. If there's nothing else, we'll end it right now.
I'd just like to thank you for all the hard effort that this involved. Tony, thank you very much. Thank you all for coming and attending and listening, and it's been a pleasure. It's been a while since I've taught Islamic philosophy. I've retired several years ago, but I've always taught world philosophy for 30, 40 years, just in the spirit of what you've been mentioning, Tony, about this world philosophical heritage. So I've always taught Islam, Yoruba philosophy, Plato, Aztecs, and others, just to get people to go, look at, there's more going on here in the world than Christianity and Plato. So
can I ask, James, can I ask you a question before we bail out?
You may, sir.
A very easy one.
Oh, I love easy questions.
Would you say among the Aztecs, for example, there was a telos, a purpose beyond sustaining what's going on? Was there any vision of a different world that they were trying to create, a better world, or there's a sustaining what we have?
Randall, I tried it with him before. It didn't work. So don't even try.
This is it. This is it. You're in the world and you're of the world, and human beings, at least according to the Popol Vuh, the Quiché text, human beings are created by the gods in order to nourish the gods. We're here to feed them, to keep them alive, but then they in turn are there to feed us. So we eat them, they eat us. We feed them, they feed us. So that's it.
And sustaining that is what it's all about.
Yep. What more do you want? Why isn't this enough?
That's right. I think
that's
that
what you
sounds
guys
like
got to
heaven as
ask
long as-
yourself. You've got these metaphysical assumptions that are telling you there's got to be more. Why isn't this garden in which we were born? why isn't this enough for you? Why do you have to have more? Why do you seeking eternity and all this stuff? You're looking for more. I mean, why isn't this enough? That's the question.
Well, because I think for most people, this world, a lot of people would say the sooner we're out of this, the better.
Well, it sucks. I agree.
But a lot of people, other people would say, I would like this to go on forever. Just what we've got. And so that's a response
Depends
to you.
how much money you have, I guess.
No, no. How much love you're experiencing. How many grandchildren.
Well, there you go.
No. I think it's about meaning. Because if it's all we have, it's meaningless.
All we have is meaning?
Because, yes. I believe meaning.
Oh, and
my opinion.
Yeah. Well, for them, they create their own meaning, and for transcendentalists, somebody gives them their meaning. So, do you make it for yourself, or do you ask God to give it to you? And they're happy to. I mean, they have a meaning, keeping this going. That's meaningful. That gives them purpose.
Still, they believe in continuation, yes?
If you do things right, but nothing's guaranteed.
But still, there is some continuation idea or concept.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Tomorrow.
I think it's something similar. Because you will die, but something will continue. You know about it.
Well, yeah, your life energy circulates around the cosmos, and part of it may be reborn, but it's not, you don't have this karma thing going on. You don't have the notion of reincarnation like you do in Hinduism, but yeah, but if the world falls apart,
okay, it's finished. Okay, it's all finished. Living. That's not that. They have some kind of continuation concept.
Some kind.
If I understand correctly.
You do, saying. But I mean, things get very, very dicey because it's not clear how many. Well, there's some Dzogchen Maya speakers who think that the self consists of 19 different souls. So those all split up when you die. So it's not clear where Jim Maffei is in all of that. Because Jim Maffei right now is this composite of these 19 different forces. And when I die, those splinter off. So it's not a sense of like, yes, I'm going to survive and I'm going to be there. For the Aztecs, they're either 2 or 3 or 4, depending upon the scholar. But upon death, those split up, right? So you're this temporary composite of these life forces. And when you die, they split up. So there's no corresponding notion of soul like there is, at least in Christianity.
Yeah.
That's my essence, that who I am.
Okay.
What about the visions? The visions of in North America, native peoples have this have visions of people reappearing, and even mysterious people reappearing in various forms. And who are these? I mean, they don't take them just as fictions. A vision is something pretty real. And but sometimes their ancestors
very real
return. But who are they then? Would you consider them souls or spirits? We call them spirits.
Part of the person. I mean, it's got to vary from tribe to tribe, but at least for Mesoamericans, it's one of these aspects of you.
Right. Well, I would consider, yeah, sorry.
Thank you for those responses. Thank you very much.
I've just been told I've said enough.
That's great that I'm glad that you're here, Jim, because if this is what native peoples believed, the what we call sophisticated civilizations of South America, South and Central America, if this is what they believe, then I think it is a sobering for in our circumstances, because we have so many fanatics, so many people who also on the other side who think they can suck the blood out of other people, economic exploitation and so on. We're sort of lost in this world, and this sort of if it's part of the native people's cultures and beliefs, then it belongs to our human inheritance, because I see humanity as balancing itself. And when these galaxies were extinguished, this galaxy of cultures and languages was extinguished in the Americas, I can't help thinking that we lost I don't know, an arm or a leg. Humanity lost something, and I just find it sobering. I wanted to ask you about how, where human beings coexist with other beings, that there's nothing is, the world is not centered on the human being. I wanted to relate that to, how we could benefit from this worldview today, but unfortunately we don't have all that much.
No.
We don't have much time left. So
it's not. By the way, it's not just the sophisticated ones, right?
Yeah.
It's ordinary folks. If you look at indigenous people throughout the Americas now, they still have this view, this pantheism. So actually, the more sophisticated they get, the more polytheistic they get, and the farther away from it they get. Sophisticated is kind of a loaded term.
Yeah.
And be careful with that, right? You always got Max Weber in the back of your mind thinking, right, there's this progression of advanced religions, with monotheism being the most sophisticated and the most intelligent, and of course, German Protestantism being the apex of that pyramid. So, yeah. Okay.
Well, that's great. If it's part of our human inheritance, let's teach our young people more of it, and let's rebalance it and continue the journey of humanity.
There you go.
So thank you so much,
Alrighty.
everyone.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. It's been great talking to you. So
Thank you.
Cheers.
Let's
Stay
keep in
well.
touch.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Cheerio.
Bye.
Amilcar, how are you? Well, it's finished. It's finished.
Oh, yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
الفارسي está muy short.
Está muy short.
Está muy short.
Huh?
Está muy short, the Farsi. Finish.
Finish, yeah. So thank you so much, you and Karen.
Thank you, Professor.
Un
And
saludo también para.
yeah, let's keep in touch. And who knows, if we have the courage, we can start something else. But for now, let's
Really courage.
we need a long vacation.
Yeah.
So
Yes. Inshallah.
all right. Inshallah. Goodbye to you all. Goodbye, Hussein.
Goodbye.
Bye.